Should be live, hopefully. Good evening, everybody. Well, good night, actually. For me, it's a balmy, warm 9 p.m. here in Sydney, Australia. So, we're probably not going to make it a very long stream tonight, but we'll see how far we get. Last stream that we had about extra tools, I was trying to get the hand and pickup logic to work and running into a lot of difficulties, especially around using while figuring out the correct amount of force to apply to the hand to make it move the way that it needs to, especially when it's holding things. So we went down a path of using pit controllers for that before we were using a calculation that tried to guesstimate as close as possible the exact force needed to move the hand in a frame. And that didn't work perfectly, so I went down to the path using pit controllers. But I'm back on my original solution. I've done a lot of testing, and especially now that we figured out how the rotations actually work and how the rotational velocity information is actually constructed, that they are not Euler angles, but they are actually a rotation vector with a magnitude for the rotation speed. I was actually able to make things work a lot better. However, we still have a lot of problems when we pick things up that have joints. So for instance, the ball and chain that we have in the background. And that is actually something that I'm currently giving up on for a little bit. Probably going to come back to that at some point in the future, because I really don't think there is a good solution there within the means that we currently have. We simply don't have enough information to know the correct amount of force to apply to do what we need to do. Hello, everybody in chat. Liam-san, Pure, Chris, Robin, Maurice, thanks for joining. Hope you will enjoy our stream tonight. And we're back on Extra Tools, like I said. So we'll run a demo in a second to show what works right now. I've got basically the hand moving pretty down the way that I wanted. Picking up rigid bodies without joints is really solid. We don't have weight simulation anymore, or we actually do, but I'm so precise in my calculated force that the hand is moving exactly where I want it to move. So that is something that we're going to look at tonight and see if we can put some force constraints in there so that when we pick up heavier objects, we actually see that we start dragging a bit and start slowing down a bit. The other thing that is currently not correct yet is two-handed grabbing. It is working, but the rotation is not the way that I want. So there is something that we're going to look into there. And we have an issue that right now I am calculating the exact movement needed per physics frame. But if we increase our frequency of physics updates, we're going to have one frame where we move the hand to the new position, and then we have an X number of frames in which nothing happens because there's no new tracking data coming in. The tracking data is coming in at the refresh rate of the headset. So I need to come up with something there that if we are running at a higher frequency, that we actually smooth that logic. And that is the one thing that the pit controller did do a lot better. But I just couldn't get the pit controller to work with different weights and getting that to work correctly. So let's start with seeing how much currently works and how well that works. And I hope I set the camera up right. We will see. So, okay. So I can see the camera over there. Hello, everybody. As you can see, my hands are, I'm hitting my microphone. That's not a good idea. My microphone is not still directing the right way. There we go. So as you can see, the movement is fairly spot on. It's showing the ghost hand a little bit because I think I might be updating one frame slow. I'm not quite sure. Funny thing is that moving the character around now works properly. That was a problem that I had for a long time, that gave problems. You can also see that the rotation is pretty much spot on. And yeah, I've got all the finger motions obviously working as they should. If you then go to the desk here, and I hope that that shows up fairly good. and I go to my 1 kilogram block here. Now, ignore where I'm picking the block up, because that is also something that we need to work on right now. There's a raycast from our current hand position to the center of the block, and wherever that raycast hits, that's where I'm grabbing it. That's not a very good spot. There's no grab points on these because I actually want to get that logic to work correctly. So I'm doing that for now. But you can see that that one I can pick up, and that's working really good. And I can just throw that out. My 2 kilograms, smooth as can be. Also perfect positioning. And obviously I can put it on the table and it will stop and not go. I can push other objects around. I don't know if you guys can see that, but okay, move that there. I can actually also just move things with my hands. I don't have to pick it up, so that works really good. My computer is in the way, so let's try that with the 2 kilogram ones. So even force, just pressure. So I'm not grabbing now. I'm just moving my hands against the block, and I'm manipulating a block just by pure pressure. But yeah, even the 2 kilogram one or the 10 kilogram one, I can pick up and it works. And again, don't worry about where I'm picking it up. That is something that we're going to correct. But here, this is a good one to show you that, yeah, I can do the 2 handed ones. Now, right now, what it does, it positions the object basically between where the 2 hands are. So you can see my ghost hands, that is where my actual controllers are. And you can see them where the hand models are, where I've actually grabbed it. But the rotation is currently an average between the 2 rotations of the hand, which is, which is cool, but that's not what I want. What I want is, when I move my hands like this, that I rotate the cube. So one thing that we're going to change there is, instead of using the rotation of the hand, is when we're in 2-handed mode, we're going to look at the angle between the 2 hands, and we're going to rotate the picked up object according to that. Except, of course, if there is a collision, then obviously, it won't do that, which works really well. The other thing here is, and I don't currently have a good object to show that with, but because I'm now averaging, and the block is basically in the middle of where my hands are, I want a mode where I can nominate the first hand that grabs the box as the primary hand, and it actually positions on the primary hand, and then the secondary hand is only used for orientation. So that is going to be important for guns, where you want your right hand to be on your gun stock, or if you have an axe or something like that, then obviously you want your primary hand to be in control of where the positioning is, and then you want your secondary hand to allow you to move the object around. So that is something we'll try and see how far we get with that today. But that is an improvement that I want to make on this logic. But I am very happy with how this all works. Now, my ball and chain, unfortunately, is on the other side of the camera. I don't think you guys might be able to see that if I move here. That's all right. So with this, we can see that if we move against the ball and chain, it is behaving fairly the way that we want. Sometimes the hand does get stuck between the crevices. But if I try and pick this up, then yeah, it's better than it was. But what you guys probably can't really see on the third person view is it's having real big problems knowing what the orientation is, because all that it knows is the weight of this top part of the chain. It doesn't know what the weights of all the other parts of the chain is and what the result in force is, and therefore it doesn't know how much this will rotate. And then when I grab that with my hand, it really has difficulty knowing how much force, or how much torque in this case, to apply to make it work. Positioning, I think, actually works really well. That's something that I noticed in earlier tests with this all, is Godot's physics, or Jolt we're using in this case, the physics is actually doing really well on positioning and applying the correct forces for that. But torque is a problem. So yeah, I don't know if you guys can see this in the third person view, but my hand is just all over the place. It's not nicely where it should be. It is just yeah, it's messing up. But I can manipulate this, which is already a big advantage, compared to how it was before we were pulling this whole thing apart. So it's not perfect. There are issues with that, but it's a lot better than it was. The other thing, of course, is if I move, and I need to do that a bit more careful. If I move not my hand, but with the player, it actually also still works. So it's not just controller tracking, it's actually also body movement that is correctly being applied here. So that is pretty cool. All right. Physical movement seems to still work fine. Actually, I haven't tried that with actually holding something. If I hold this and I physically move, yeah, it's doing that just fine. It's just not doing anything weird. So pretty happy about all of that. Okay. Time to start looking at some code and figuring out how to improve all that. Very much enjoying the frame, but as before, not going to talk about any details and stuff. Valve was okay with me using the frame on stream for development, but they don't want me to talk more except when it is about Godot. So, still no Jolt tutorials. BMQ, I'm an XR guy. We use Jolt a lot on the stream, and you can see a lot of stuff that I'm doing with it. But I am not someone who is currently working on any sort of tutorials on how to do physics. I did some tutorials a long time ago on physics, so you can find those in my videos. But that is all in still in Godot 3 days. Leah-san, yeah, XR Tools 2 is a huge improvement on XR Tools 1 as far as character movement is concerned, and we're getting there as far as the pickup logic is concerned. We're almost at parity of what we could do in XR Tools 1, but XR Tools 1 required a lot more setup and a lot more janky in many ways. So in XR Tools 1, you couldn't even begin to think about manipulating a ball and chain. But yeah, we're starting to get there. Yep, no, we're not going to break any NDAs. We are concentrating on Godot development tonight, so all good. But yeah, I am very happy that they've given me permission to actually use the frame, because I do really enjoy using it for this sort of stuff. So that's pretty cool. Ellipse. I talk to a lot of people on Discord, so very likely. Don't keep up with everybody, but always good to see people who are coming back and doing stuff. BMQ, is Godot good for open world games, especially racing, or we'll see pop in or those? That's a really difficult question to answer, because the biggest part of that question isn't actually Godot. The biggest part of that question is the experience you have as a developer. There are a number of people who are working on open world games with Godot. A good example is actually a person who is working on the Terrain 3D plugin. That plugin is actually made for an open world game that they are working on. It's really looking very nice. It's a really beautiful game. So yeah, you can if you know what you're doing. Racing wise, that depends a bit on what you mean by racing wise. So if you're looking at a Gran Turismo or Forza or things like that, as far as an open world, Forza, the way that Forza works, again, same thing. You need to know what you're doing, but there's no reason why it wouldn't. When we're purely looking at racing sims from just a racetrack thing, one thing that is really interesting is Google The Last Garage. So The Last Garage is a friend of mine in Holland who is working on a professional racing sim that is currently being used in Europe to do esports. And he's actually built his own physics engine to do that. So that's pretty damn impressive. So it's very possible. It's Godot has the ability to do it. It's really up to you as a developer whether you know the components that you need to put it together. The one thing that I will say that obviously Unity / Unreal have a huge head start on Godot is the tooling. There are so many plugins and add-ons and implementations that you can download that take care of a whole bunch of systems that you normally need in an open world game, that if you are using Godot, you would need to reinvent that wheel. The Terrain 3D is a good example of someone who's already done that and made that available to others. So you can download that plugin and use that. But there is a there are lots of other bits of tooling that you need to make an open world game work, depending again what you define by open world, and you will very likely have to build some of that yourself. So far, Half-Life Alex is using 3 hands, ghost, true position, physical simulation, and then the third for the vision. Yeah, I'm kind of doing something similar. Not 3. I'm actually using 2 hands. So I have the hand in the real position and articulated the way that your real hand is. That is the ghost hand that you're seeing. And then I have the actual hand that the game is using that is following that position around. It is currently copying the positions of the fingers, but that is one of the things that I won't get to that on this stream, but that's something that I've got on my list of things that I want to do, where you can overrule that position, especially when you grab a weapon, you want to make sure that your fingers are properly around the stem of it, or around the holster, or whatever part that you grab, or not holster. What's the part of the gun that you grab? That part of the gun, I can't remember the name. My English is a second language for me, guys. So yeah, that is still coming. And I'm also working still on a system where the fingers are limited based on anything that you touch. So that is all still future music. That's not in here, but it's the same thing indeed, or similar thing indeed as what you're talking about, how Alice does. Is you have your real position of your hand and you're tracking that, and you've got that sort of invisible, or in my case, I'm showing it as a ghost hand. If you turn it on, that you don't have to, you can turn that off, and then it's just there in the background for me to use, and you have the actual hand that you are positioning. One thing that's also important here is that when you pick things up, this is one of the changes that I did from how it worked before, and kind of how I went back to how we are doing things in Extra Tools 1, is when you pick up the object, I'm no longer manipulating the position of the hand. I am now manipulating the positioning of the object, and I am positioning the hand on the object where I grabbed it. So there is again a disjoint there between the actual position of the hand and the position of the hand where I'm drawing it, which is directly related to the position of the object that I'm manipulating. Okay, let me catch up. You guys are writing things way quicker than I can follow. Coming from Unity, and I've been tinkering with version V1, so I'm assuming that you mean Extra Tools 1. Some things require lots of work to simulate physics hands. Yeah, so yeah, that's keep in mind, Extra Tools 1, I started working on that over 7 years ago. And this is kind of, I came to the conclusion that I couldn't get XR Tools 1 to be where I wanted it to go because I just had too much technical debt. So with Extra Tools 2, I am starting from scratch and I'm rebuilding that up and using a combination of techniques that we applied in Extra Tools 1 that really worked well, and techniques that we have discovered since, or that other people in the community discovered and talked about, like for instance the way that the character currently moves, and how the character is now, when we look at our node tree, that our character is now a character body with the origin node as a child, that in Extra Tools 1, that is the other way around. That was Saracen who came up with that approach and detailed out how you need to do that. And when I finally tried it, I sort of went like, yeah, that is way better, and I adopted that, and that is now how things work in Extra Tools 2. So those are sort of like examples of how we're doing improvements. But we couldn't just go what we had in Extra Tools 1. If we wanted to go down this direction in Extra Tools 1, we would be completely breaking things, and it just didn't make sense. So I much rather just start up with a clean slate and build it up from there and do it correctly and not worry about any technical debt. So that's where you get there. How's Godot support with ARM64 VR in general? Well, keep in mind that almost every no, actually, every standalone VR device uses ARM64. The difference between Frame, obviously, is that Frame can run ARM64 in Android mode and in native mode. Code-wise, they're the same. It's just operating system-wise. It's a difference between Android and Linux. And Godot has been a cornerstone game engine in the Linux world for ages. So that is all just working. So, and that has worked, and it's not even related to the Frame. That's the same, like I said, on the Quest or on a Galaxy XR. It's all running the same code in principle, especially with OpenXR. This is where OpenXR is really, really, really good. So, as you can see, I'm a big OpenXR fan, and I believe very much in the OpenXR standard. So, and I know that some Unity people have other ideas there, but I think that has nothing to do with OpenXR. It's implementations. So yeah, we're quite proud of our OpenXR implementation in Godot. Is there the ability to make a native Steam frame build? Yeah. So again, I don't want to go into the details of the Steam frame, but that's what I showed off on my last stream. Yes, you can publish a native build. So you can actually, if you go into here, export. You can just go and define a Linux build, and you can change that one to ARM64, and you hit export project, and you suddenly have this working on native on the Steam frame. So it's as simple as that. But look at my other my stream from like a week or two ago, where I went through all those steps and showed how that works, and that will improve over time. We have some ideas to make that whole process easier, but it all works. So yeah. That's just like I said before, Godot has been very strong on Linux. Godot has had ARM64 builds for a long, long time, both for other standalone headsets, but also we're one of the few game engines where the full editor works on ARM64, where we actually have Windows ARM64 builds, and we have Android ARM64 builds, and we have Linux ARM64 builds, so that you can run Godot on tablets and like mini laptop or Chromebook type devices and that sort of thing. So even outside of VR, that is something that Godot can just do. Let's see. Thank you for visiting. So 4.6 is here. When will we see ray tracing, GI, or shadow, or reflection without third-party and vendor-locked solutions like RTX Remix? That is not something that I can really answer. That is something that the rendering team is mostly focusing on. I do know that there are people looking into that, but I'm not sure if anybody is actively working on a solution. I vaguely remember that there was work being done to at least, our render device, which is the abstraction layer to talk to Vulkan and DirectX and Metal, that we are adding ray tracing capabilities to that, so that we can at least access the functionality on the hardware, and then obviously with the correct layers for whatever GPU driver you're using. But that is more that you have the box of tools that you can then start using. That's as much as I know, and I don't know. So hopefully, yes, someday, but not in 4.7 likely. I would be very surprised. But yeah, keep an eye on rendering news and see what we're getting there. That said, when we are obviously looking at ray tracing on standalone VR hardware, there are probably going to be a lot of limitations. But if you are doing PC VR, it would be very cool to see some ray tracing stuff working. Yeah, who knows? No DLSL isn't really viable for VR. I can't comment on Unreal, guys. I think Unreal is a beautiful engine, but I don't use it, so I don't have any inside knowledge on what it does good and what it does bad. Yeah, Lackluster, it is 7 years ago that I wrote the first lines of code. And the thing is, it is almost 8 years ago now that I started adding VR support to Godot. initially as just a pastime thing, and eventually we did the proper implementation and then released the first working version that had OpenVR support in Godot 3.0. That's how long we have VR support. And then if you look at all the videos that I've done and the tutorials that I've done in the past on my YouTube channel, you'll see that I'm slowly explaining how everything can be implemented, and every video that I made of, oh, this is how you do locomotion and this is how you do teleport, I then added that into XR Tools. So you could watch my videos and learn how to do it yourself, or you could download XR Tools and you had all the functionality that I had built up to that point. So yeah, it's been around for a while. Ellipse, I have no idea. RISC-V, yeah, if ARM6 works on RISC-V, then I don't know. I've never looked really into RISC-V. I know that it exists, and that's about as much as I know. So if that is something that is related to ARM64, I have been out of it for so long. The last time that I worked directly on chipsets in assembler is in the 1990s. So not my area of expertise. I'm just happy that people make Godot compile on these for these GPUs. Without reviewing it, do you like this? Isn't it obvious that I like it? That's all I'm gonna say about it. Yeah, I like it. Is there going to be FSR or DLSS stuff possible for VR? Not at this point in time. It's not on the radar. It might at some point be something that will just work as at least as a PC VR thing if you're using the Forward Plus renderer, just because the functionality is there for non-VR games. But right now there are some issues that I know of. But in theory, yeah, maybe it will work at some time. I'm not a big fan of it. I think that foveation and applying VRS, variable rate shading, which is the technique that we use to make sure that everything that is in focus is at high resolution and everything in your peripheral gets into low resolution. And obviously, if you have eye tracking, then there is the possibility for that focal point to follow where you're looking. But Godot, by default, if you don't have eye tracking, will apply VRS from a center point. So that already works way, way better than doing any sort of upscaling in VR. But that's my personal opinion of it. But again, Godot does have FSR support. It doesn't have DLSS support because DLSS, as far as I'm aware, is proprietary. But I did do a PR the other day that potentially could allow someone to add DLSS support as a plugin. So who knows? That's not MERS, but that's being evaluated for 4.7. So maybe someone will do that at some point. I don't know. But again, there has not been any work being done to make sure that those techniques work properly in stereo rendering, because it's just not on the priority list. Oh, look at that. Ray tracing plumbing actually got merged today. Look at that. Yeah, I knew that it was something that was being worked on, but I didn't know how far it is because, again, I'm looking after the XR side of Godot. I, obviously keep my eyes on the rendering stuff. I sometimes help out with the rendering stuff, but it's not something that I'm not up to date on everything that is going on there. So very happy to hear that the plumbing is in there, and that means that people can start using it. And hopefully we'll start seeing some ray tracing implementation soon. With the new IK system, any plans to add a full body example to XR Tools? Yes, definitely is high on my agenda of things that I want to start looking at. I have got some samples. I was actually on stream working with an IK rig where I was actually trying to do procedural walking. That didn't really work very well. I need to revisit it at some point. But definitely for upper body, an upper body avatar with doing IK for the arms towards the hands, that is definitely something that I want to get into. And yeah, I'm an 80s kid, so I'll shut up there. But yeah, I'm old. I've got gray hairs in my beard, guys. Isn't it obvious? Okay, so VRS works very well, way better than FSR. Yeah, so I'm a big fan of VRS. AI upscalers. Again, I've already said more than enough about upscalers. I'm not a big fan of upscalers, at least not for VR. I'll say it that way. So we have some upscaler support, and whatever other people do with it, that is all going to be fine. BMQ plumbing is an expression for having like the core functionality for something. So the APIs and talking to the GPU drivers and having all the framework or the basic logic in place that someone could build ray tracing functionality on top of that. But it means we haven't got ray tracing implemented. We have the throughput towards the APIs all there so that someone could use it to implement ray tracing. Old knees being, yeah, I feel your pain. My knees have seen better days. Okay, let's see if we can actually get some work done, guys. So the first thing that I want to start looking at is dealing with the forces that we apply so that we can get some measure of actually, before we get to that, the first thing that I want to do is just have a bit of an explanation of what the changes are that I've done since my last stream, and sort of look at the important bits of code. So the first thing is that when we're using collision hand, so that is the object where you have the hand being tracked, but where we're not actually placing the hands exactly where the tracking says where it is, but we're trying to follow that. And we will obviously, collision hand, it's in the name, where we would stop, hitting things. So that is now in our scene as obviously our left hand. So that's our left hand collision hand, and then our right hand collision hand. And that is handling the positioning of our hands. Now, when we look at actually picking something up, we have our pickup node here that handles all the pickup logic. So when we look at that, we see that little blue circle. I hope that shows up on the stream. That blue circle shows us the range at which we detect if we can pick something up. Any object that enters that circle, we will be able to grab. And again, that's the grabbing logic. You can still push things around and do that compressed picking up of objects. But if you want to do the actual grab logic, where we start controlling the position of that picked up object directly, it needs to enter that sphere. Now I will be working just like in XRTools 1 on a range pickup. But unlike XRTools 1, I want that to be separate from the grab pickup. They'll start working together, but I don't want those to be the same functionality. I'm not happy about the way that worked in XRTools 1, not because it's a bad implementation, but that implementation made it very hard to, again, work with collisions. It would always move an object to the hand, even if it now is in a position where it is colliding, and the moment that you then grab it, all sorts of nonsense started happening. And yeah, I wanna implement that in a better way if we want to do collisions. Now, the important thing is that the pickup function here can work together with a collision hand, but it can also work together with just a normal hand controller if you don't want to use the collision hand system, if you want to do something yourself. I'm still working some kinks out of that, because I'm really concentrating on the collision hand approach. But it is something that I do plan that once this is finally all done and working, you get the choice whether you want to do all the physics and collisions, or whether you just want to pick an object up and you don't care about the hand not being able to go through walls or tables or anything like that. So we are concentrating on the collision hand solution, and the rest will eventually come. That is actually indeed an interesting question. How how do I pronounce that? KTHX by 1132 is indeed, someone has some inside knowledge on how Half-Life Alex works. Now, if I am not mistaken, from what I've heard, is that obviously Half-Life Alex is made in the Source 2 engine. And as far as I know, there is access to that. Um, so probably it's not secret. And I wouldn't be surprised if Valve did some videos on how they did certain things as well. But I'm interested in knowing how did you come to that knowledge? It's because it is really interesting to know that they do something similar as we now. For me, obviously, those three hands, we're hiding that. We're not actually showing all the components that are being used. There's a lot of stuff that is being created behind the scenes when we run our game. So when we run our game, we would actually see that there are multiple meshes being created and multiple skeletons being manipulated to make the Go skeleton work and make the actual hand work. So yeah, the other thing that is important is that we have this left-hand attachment. That is just making sure that we are always positioning our pickup in a predictable place. And that has a lot to do with that when we are using actual hand tracking data. So what we're doing here is we actually use the hand tracking API in OpenXR. So we could even do this without controllers. That would still work. Extra Tools is not really suitable for controllerless games because you lose the ability to move around. Although, for some games it doesn't matter. If you want to recreate Space Pirate Trainer or something like that, then or Beat Saber, you don't care about moving around. You could perfectly do that. And then your game could potentially just be working with your hands. We fully support that. But the nice thing for Steam is that Steam will do inferred hand tracking. Actually, Quest does that nowadays as well. We do inferred hand tracking, which means that the input on your controller is being used to manipulate the skeleton of the hand, and we get all that information from OpenXR. So by default, we use that. If hand tracking is not available on the runtime, we go back to normal controller tracking, and we will place the hand ourselves, and we will animate the hand ourselves based on inputs. But the funky thing is that when you look at the hand tracking data that we're getting from various runtimes, it ends up in the right position, but the root position of the hand makes no sense. There's actually not a root position in the API. We are abusing the first joint, which is the palm joint. We're using that as the root position for positioning our hands. And that is in many runtimes very weirdly positioned. So we get some really weird things going on. So to make sure that things work consistently, we are actually combining this with an actual bone position in our hand. So we're actually using the root bone, which is not the palm bone. That the palm joint is the root joint in OpenXR. The next one is actually your wrist, and we are actually using the wrist as the first joint in our skeleton, which will always end up being nicely positioned there. So that position is much more predictable. I need some water because my throat is starting to go crazy. And Sony did a breakdown of that. Oh, that's really cool. And Sony is a god. That dude is freaking crazy on how well he understands this stuff. And I don't even know how half the stuff that he does, how that actually manages to work. But tip off the hat to him. He is damn good. So bottom line is, if you are using collision hands, it will use the hand tracking API if supported. It will fall back to the normal controller API if not. And we have got a bunch of logic in our left hand collision hand to kind of hide away that complexity from you as a game developer. And that's then also with the pickup logic, it will figure out that it is linked to our collision hand. It will figure out the relative position that it needs to do, so that is the point that it refers to when picking things up. And when we are looking at our world and we are looking at our box, I do have grab points here, but they are currently disabled. You can see that I haven't got enable turned on. If we would enable them, we would always grab the box at those locations. So here for the left hand, and actually if I go and do show hand, you can see the positioning of that hand. So it would actually make sure that that's the way that the hand is grabbed. Now you can see that I'm purposely pushing that out further because I want to do a pose system so that we actually can curl the fingers around the box. It probably needs to be a little bit less far, probably a little bit more like this. But yeah, but for now I have got that disabled because I want to test that automatic positioning of the hand. And the same with the right hand. Let's make sure that that is actually consistently positioned as well. So if I would turn that on, it would actually always use those positions to link up, and it uses the pickup point as a reference. So it knows the relative distance between there and there, and it knows the orientation from that to the center of the controller, and that center will be different depending on whether you're using hand tracking or whether you're using grip pose or whether you're using some other pros, and it will also automatically correct for that, which is really nice. Wouldn't have any idea if gloves and frame and stuff are even on the radar. I would love gloves. I saw a video today of a thrill seeker who went to CES and he tried one or two gloves out there that people are working on, and that's that's actually no, this is one that he showed off, I think, but it was very impressive what that one did. I'm a firm believer that hand tracking will not replace controllers. And with that, I mean optical hand tracking, so that you're not holding anything, because I think that you're missing the tactile input and stuff. There's obviously some things that you can do with the neural bands and stuff like that, and maybe they will get good enough. I don't know. I think the future is in gloves once we figure out a whole bunch of issues there, because the gloves are the only thing that you can actually do tactile grabbing with, and that's something that I'm really excited about. But whether that's going to ever come to any headsets, whether that is Quest or Frame, or beats me. I hope so, but I have no idea whether that would be possible. Now that would be done. Obviously, that was where lighthouse tracking was really good. That really opened the door to have peripherals like that, which I guess is why gloves are still a very PCVR only thing at the moment. But who knows what comes up? I don't. I unfortunately have no contact with any vendors that are working on data gloves. And any vendors who are working on data gloves are watching my stream, please. Yeah, I would love to do something with your data gloves, but no, I don't have any access or knowledge about that, unfortunately. All right, so long sidetracked discussion on how the collision hands are working in Godot. We need to go back to, okay, positioning. So originally I was doing the positioning of the hands, and then when I picked up an object, I was creating a joint between the hand and the object, so that when the hand then moved, the object moved with it. I've let go of that solution. I'm still a little bit on the fence of whether that is a good idea or not, because the joint solution did have a number of advantages, but the joint solution was also causing a lot of problems. So eventually I decided, let's split that up. Let's say that if I'm not holding anything in my hands, I am positioning the hands. And the moment the hand picks something up, at that point in time, we are actually positioning the object that is picked up, and we're just showing the hand at the location that object is picked up. Sorry, my nose is misbehaving a bit. So that is currently now split. Maybe I will go back to a joint solution at some point in time, but I've actually found that this just works better. So that is what we're sticking with for now. We might, again, the future is up in the air, but yeah. So we have a physics process in which we do all the logic, and just for those people who have never seen my earlier streams, we'll just do a quick catch up what we're doing here. So physics process is the function that runs every physics tick on this object, and there we can do any logic that is run before the actual physics on that object is applied. So we can apply forces, we can change the velocity, that sort of stuff. And then obviously in the actual physics engine, then does its thing to actually reposition the object. That was another thing that really got me thrown off, because it means that I don't know the result of my forces that I'm applying until the next frame, which caused some interesting problems that I couldn't initially solve. We start simply by checking if we have a parent. We should have a parent, but I'm always overly careful that someone puts the node tree together in the wrong order, and I don't want it to crash. So I'm specifically checking, do I have a parent? If I do have a parent, I am grabbing the global transform. So the parent in this case will be my origin node. So I want to know where my origin node is in world space, and I do that by grabbing the global transform of that, because I'm doing a lot of things in relation to that placing. Then I'm checking whether my hand is enabled. So I've got a, where are you? In physics, I've got a mode here. So I've got disable, teleport, and collide. Disabled is we're not moving it. Teleport is a bit of a misnomer, but it means that we're just moving the hand to that new location. We don't care about physics or collisions. And then obviously the default is collide. We want to make sure that we collide things. So if we're disabled, we just we freeze this object. This is always a rigid body, so it's a physics controlled object, and we freeze it, and that basically means that we tell the physics engine, hands off, we've placed this where we want it, don't worry about it, and we just leave it where it is. The next thing that I'm going to do is I am going to grab my get track transform. So this is a method that will now check with the XR system, where is my hand in real space? You know, where should my hand move to? Because our current location is the location from my last frame. We're now saying, well, we are here, we want to move there. Hence the name target. So it's where we want to end up. And that is again in world space. That's actually a good one. No, this is also world space because we're getting global transform. Okay. I'm checking whether I got the target. So if I get an empty transform, in theory, we could get an empty transform, but it's not very likely. But if we get an empty transform, we are freezing and we are returning. We are saying no. If we have a ghost mesh, so we should always have a ghost mesh because that is our reference. But again, I am always careful that if something went wrong, I don't crash the system. I check for the existence of things. And I'm placing our ghost mesh at that goal position. Now, the ghost mesh has got a thing, and I don't know if I can show that on this node because I might be hiding it. But if you look at a transform here, yeah, we have this thing called top level. So on the ghost mesh, top level is turned on, and that means that we are ignoring the parent's position. We are just placing the mesh at that exact location. So our ghost mesh now shows up at our exact track location, and we're fine. Now here's the first bit of magic that happens if we set a target override. So this is what happens when we grab an object. At that point in time, we're saying, stop controlling your position. We are going to provide you with a position in relation to another object, in this case, a location on the object that I've picked up. So it gets that, and in this case, it will apply the position of that object plus an offset that we've set. So that's just going to be the world position of our cube that we picked up. The target offset will be where the hand is in relation to the center of the cube, we just position it there and goodbye. So that is part of our pickup logic. Here's another, like I said, the teleport. If we get to this point, if our mode is teleport, again, we just place it there. We don't do that anything. This one actually still need to test, but this is an extra check. If I am moving my hand, and let's say that I'm moving it on top of the table, and now I keep pushing down, there is a check that if I have moved it so far through the table that there's a big distance between where my hand is being shown and where my hand physically is, at some point in time, you're saying, move it. And if we're holding an object at that point in time, we're also going to drop that object. That logic actually needs to change because that logic now needs to move into the pickup logic. seeing that we are now doing positioning on the pickup logic. This is still from when I was using the joint solution. So let's actually make a remark, because I'm absolutely going to forget that. This should move to our pickup logic. Now that positioning is handled there. There we go. All right. If we got here at some point and it's still frozen, then we're going to unfreeze it. So this is where, for whatever reason, we got into the frozen state in a previous frame. We want to, now if we get here, we want to unfreeze it, telling the physics engine, go and control the hand. Obviously, at that point in time, we set our current velocities, because they will be whatever. Well, that probably will be nonsense at this point. BMQ, what GPU are you running? In this case, I'm running 4070 or 4080. I always forget. I think it was 4080, because I was going to buy a computer with a 4070, and I had a sale on, and I was able to get the 4080 for the price of the 4070, which was really nice. But before this, I was working on a laptop with a 2080, I believe. And then obviously, that would have been a 2080 Ti, I'm guessing. And no, you're not getting my Steam frame. So the next step that I'm doing here is I'm getting information about my parent body. Now, my parent body, I am looking back down the tree. So I've got my hand. That is a child of my origin, and that is a child of my character body. That is my parent body. And I'm grabbing some information about the character body, because as the player moves around, I want to make sure that that movement is also applied to the player. Now, the important thing here is that we are purely looking at the quote-unquote virtual movements. So there is some extra logic here to make sure that we're not getting the physical movement handed in there as well, else we're going to start doubling up things. So yeah, the linear and angular velocity of the character body, that's all part of the way that the locomotion handler works. That does not include any velocity created by actually physically moving through a room. Oh, I wish I had a Steam machine. Wish. No, I'm not that lucky. No, never say never. Maybe Valve will at some point give me one, but no, I do not have a Steam machine. I really wish I did. But I'm already very happy that I'm allowed to use the Steam frame to make sure that Godot works properly on it. And to develop this sort of stuff. So pretty cool stuff. Win-win on both sides. So at this point in time, we've got all our setup. We now know how fast our parent is moving, if it is a character body. So again, I've made sure that this logic works if you have a rigid body. So let's say that you would be a character inside of a vehicle body or a plane or whatever. The logic would work the same as if, and like in this case, where we're using a character body to control the character. The only thing is that character body does keep track of its linear velocity, but character body does not keep track of their angular velocity. So we need to calculate that ourselves. So we keep our previous frame, Walsh parent basis. We'll be updating that at the end. And we're comparing that. So basis is orientation, just for people who are not familiar with the Godot Godot terminology, but we're comparing that between what was it last frame and what is the current frame, and we're getting our angular velocity as a result. It's not perfect, but it's close enough to what we need. BMQ, I have asked Valve for permission that I can use the Steam frame during my stream, and they have given me permission. Keep in mind that it is now public, that it exists. You know, everybody has already seen it. I am just not allowed to go and tell you guys all the ins and outs and what I think. I can use it for Godot. So just to clear that up, I'm not violating anything. I have specifically asked permission for this. And, you know, I hope that other people who have received Steam frames and want to do this, do the right thing, just like me, and ask permission. But they've given me permission and said, like, yeah, no, it's it's okay that you use it on stream. Just no more than that. It's up to them to inform you as the time comes from what the Steam frame does and doesn't do and what it can do and can't do. Is also not something that I'm interested in. I'm not a review channel. My interest lies in developing Godot stuff, and that is what we're doing today. So, so yeah, we've got all our information right now, and finally we have these two functions: apply force to target and apply torque to target. And that is the two functions that I wrote that are going to calculate the force required to move the hand from its current position to the target position in one physics frame. And again, that is where there is a problem that we still need to solve, that if we would up our physics rate to higher than our tracking rate, we would get one physics frame with the new position, and then it would stick at the same position, and then it would move. It would probably be nicer to make that work more smoothly, but that is an issue to solve later. For now, I'm running it in lockstep. I'm checking what the refresh rate of the headset is, and I'm setting the physics to the same rate. So those two are in lockstep, and that's why it's working. But at some point, I do need to do that. And actually, I do need to put a to-do here about that. To-do if physics runs at a higher update rate than we get tracking, we should proportional value accordingly. Okay, that's enough for me to remind me that I do need to do that. I have a game using pass-through as part of my VR game, and I use the OpenXR FB pass-through geometry. Do you think that will work with the frame? Do you have access to the cameras in the same way as Q3? I do not know. Haven't looked into it, haven't checked it. I can't answer that question. We'll have to see in due time. That's all that I can say about that at this point in time. So we're doing that first for our movement, and then for our torque. The torque is to make sure that we're changing our orientation. And as you can see, they get similar information in. So we just get our physics delta, how much time in this frame, a reference to our cells, which is our position of our collision hand, the location that we want to move to. So the origin of a transform gives us the location. The basis of a transform gives us our orientation. This is a proportional value. So when we are doing two-handed pickup, because of... is the sound dead? Uh-oh. Checking. Can you guys hear me? I did get a warning on YouTube just now that the stream was down for a second. The physics is updating the same rate as the tracking data. Things will work fine. Oh, but it's really buffering at this point. Yeah, I'm getting buffering and at this end as well. Oh, that's accidentally moved. So I am not sure what is going wrong with the network at the moment. It's not saying any dropped frames, so OBS is happy. But maybe YouTube is not completely happy. Why is this suddenly bigger than it should be? It's cutting in. There we go. Okay. Let's hope that that's just a momentary little craziness. Let's hope that is just Australian internet is koalas chewed the cables. Very, very likely. Anyway, so we were talking about if we lower the rendering frame rate, the physics is still running at a fixed lockstep, so that works okay. It's if I'm setting the physics at a much higher rate than that I'm getting tracking data, because that means that if I have, let's say that I have 3 physics frames for every time that my tracking data updates, then I have 3 frames where my hand is in the same location. So the first frame, I move it to that location and then it stops. And then I move it to the location and then it stops. And when you do something like that, you obviously don't have, it'll work, but especially when you let things go, things will go weird because you don't have proper velocity information. So I'm gonna at some point have to smooth that out a little bit. But yeah. Where did you get the news about RT integration in Godot? It's probably was something that that probably came up in the rendering meeting or something like that. We have a rendering meeting once a week from the rendering team, and if you join in, you learn a lot about what's currently going on. And there's a whole bunch of things that were already waiting to be merged, but we wouldn't merge them until 4.6 was released, because obviously the last month or two of development in 4.6, we are just concentrating on bug fixes and stabilizing the release. We are not adding, critical changes into it. So a lot of things sort of get queued up that once a big release is out, we start merging them again. Yeah, pull request on GitHub obviously is a really good way to get an option to get things. It was a secret meeting and I don't seem to be invited. It's not a secret meeting. It's just, if you're part of we actually do it for XR as well. We actually have a meeting in 2 days for XR. We do 1 week, we do it midnight UTC on Friday, so that me in Australian time zone and our good friends in the US have a time that we can join. And then this Friday it is at 10 a.m. CET, or is it 10 p.m.? No, it's 10 a.m. CET, I think. Because for me it is at night. For me it's something like 8 p.m. We have one that is in a obviously a European friendly time zone, and every team in Godot tries to organize these meetings, and the idea is that obviously we want people to join who are actually contributing changes to the engine and working on the engine, but the meetings are generally open for people to join in, and as long as we don't get any craziness that people start trolling or start becoming a distraction for the actual meetings, we will probably keep keeping them open, because that's part of open source development. We want to keep as much open as we can. So not sure if links work in YouTube videos, but if you just search for Godot on GitHub, you will find the GitHub for where all the work is being done. Like, again, Godot is an open source project, so all development is done in the open. And you can see exactly what everybody's working on and what the discussions are, and what will likely end up in a future release. Anyway, let's get back to this. So, because I am spending way too much time trying to just catch everybody up. This is also going to be for prosperity for anybody who wants to understand what we're doing here. So this is a variation of the logic that I wrote in stream a couple of months ago, where we're simply calculating the required acceleration to get from where we are to where we need to be, based on the distance that we need to travel, based on the current velocity of the hand. So the current velocity is calculated based on the linear velocity of the object. So in this case, the rigid body. A hopefully relatively accurate calculation for damping that velocity, and then adding obviously the gravity in there. We want to, we have to keep in mind that the gravity keeps moving things, and there should be somewhere over here. Where am I missing that? That is the current velocity. We add in the total. What am I missing? Oh, I'm doing that in distance. Okay. So I thought I was adding the parent velocity into this, but no, I am adjusting the distance that we need to travel, adding in the velocity that we're getting from the parent. So if by moving the parent, we obviously need to travel further to place the hand, not just on the tracking distance, but also the distance traveled by the character body, we're obviously adjusting the distance for that. So that is where we have the distance calculation here. And then we obviously take into account the velocity that we currently have, because we don't need to add force. We already get that as a bonus. And with that, we simply do a calculation of the force, which we need the mass for. And then my favorite remark that I have here, I do not know why I need to halve that. But that is, all the math that I found online for calculating this, it is simply, well, for some reason we get the inverse of the mass, so we need to do 1 divided by the inverse of the mass to get the mass. But force needed is mass times acceleration. For some reason, I need half that for this to work. I don't know if that's something weird in physics, or whether I've made a mistake somewhere and not taken something into account. I don't know. I don't know where this 0.5 comes from, but the 0.5 is needed. Magic constants are great. But yeah, no, we calculate that force and then we apply that force. And again, we do have that proportion in there, which is currently 1 for our hands. But if we have a two-handed object, I will actually set that proportion to half, and that's what's making the position of the object get halfway between the two. Each hand attributes half of that force. Now, we do need to do a force limiter here. That's something that we're going to work on in a minute. And that force limiter we do after the proportion, because obviously when you have two hands, you can double your force. But yeah, that's something that we need to do. Now, the torque is very similar, but instead of distance traveled, we need to calculate the rotational angle and then how much angular acceleration we need to obtain that. Because that obviously, when you apply torque, you change, you're accelerating or decelerating the rotation. So what are we doing here? That's all based on the moment of inertia. And again, the same thing. For some reason, our inertia is inversed, so we need to divide 1 by inertia. This is a vector 3 because we have inertia values on every axis, and that also continuously changes as the rotation of the object changes in world space. But that is why we are getting that from our state object, so that we get the inertia for the current frame. We calculate our delta axis angle, so that is how much do we need to rotate our object from our current orientation to our destination orientation. We are adjusting that if we also have a angular velocity on the parent, just like we did that with positioning. And then, the needed angular acceleration is a very similar formula as with the other one. Is we look at the rotation that we want. We add in the current velocity. I don't know why we're adding and not subtracting here. That might be a bug. I think that should be a subtraction, but I'm not going to change that right. I am going to make a note here. Shouldn't we subtract the current velocity? So that is something that I need to follow up later on, but I'm pretty sure that should be a minus, not a plus. Not quite sure what I did, or no, maybe it's because it's in reverse, that this is a negative value, and therefore we need to add it. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, the calculation is the same. We now multiply it with our moment of inertia, and there's our magic half constant again, that I still don't know why we need it, but we need it. Without that, it is not working properly. God knows why. And we then apply the torque, and I do want a double new line there. So it's very similar to how we are updating our velocity, but we are now doing it with our angles. That's why our hands are currently positioning right. So when we then look at our pickup function, so once our object is picked up, our pickup function handles that. So remember, in our node tree, we can see our pickup function here added to the node. It's just a node that has, it actually has an area detection in there. Yeah, load bearing half constant, it's possible. I just haven't found any sort of reason for it properly, but yeah, probably is good. Is it comfortable coding with the frame on your head for that much time? Yeah, it is. It is absolutely. At least it is for me, right? But maybe I'm crazy. But yeah, the thing that the reason why I'm actually keeping it on my head instead of putting it on my table while I'm working on something extended is it keeps the proximity sensor engaged, so it makes sure that doesn't turn off. See you, BenQ. Thanks for joining, and yeah, thanks for the discussions. So yeah, if I would put the which I do from time to time, but if I would put it down, it would eventually go to sleep, and then I need to do more steps before I can test something. So now it is just still up and running and it's happy. And yeah, it's also one of the reasons why I keep it plugged into power. Because if I do a stream for 4 hours, the battery is pretty decent, but it's not going to last for a 4 hour stream. I don't know if we're going to go on for 4 hours today. We're probably going to do about 2 hours today, maybe 3 if we can. But obviously I don't want it running out of power while I'm working. So yeah, tape over the sensor is something that I've done a lot of times as well. Normally, I am actually iterating much faster. It's because I'm talking to you guys for a long time that it's been just sitting on my head for an hour. Normally, I'm constantly putting it on my head and putting it on my forehead, and it saves you time working. And then only when you have to do a lot of things, you'll put it down, and that's fine too. Anyway, so we have our pickup function here. So behind the scenes, it's actually an area node that we use with a collision shape around it. That's what detects when something comes inside. It also has a grab action. So in our action map, we have a grab action here. And then when we are looking at, haven't I put the frame in here yet? Oh no, I had that problem last time as well. Am I missing something? Attach index. I'm in, what am I thinking? I'm in 4.5. 4.5 doesn't have the Steam frame thing there. So we're actually using a touch controller thing in here. So we can see that the grab is linked to the squeeze action, which is then linked to the button on the side of the controller. I have no idea. I use whatever charger I have on hand, and it seems to work. But yeah, electric says 45 watts. That sounds reasonable. I've got the same thing with the Quest. I actually use the same charger most of the time. It's just a charger that I've got on my desk here that I'm using whenever I'm developing, and whatever headset I'm using is going to be plugged into that charger. Anyway, where were we? So yeah. So obviously we have our grab option, and I've made that settable. This is just a default. You can set your detection radius. So I've got that on 10 centimeters. So that circle is as a radius of 10 centimeters, because everything obviously is in meters. We do have a toggle option so that you press to grab and press to let go. I don't like the toggle option, but some people do. So I do have that in there. So yeah, that is what we're doing. When we're getting close to something, it will detect that we're close to the object. That will also cause the object to get a outline. And then obviously when you grab, it will engage the grab action, and that will link that object to this hand. If I grab with two hands, we have both hands linked to the same object. And at that point in time, the object takes over the position, or actually the pickup function takes over the positioning. So in here, we are going to also find a physics update somewhere. Here we go, physics process. Let's make that smaller. And this is going to be looking very similar to what we did before. Some small changes here. So again, don't run this in the engine. If we haven't picked something up, we don't do anything. I should probably do something here that I should disable the physics process and then re-enable it when we pick something up again, but can't be bothered at this point in time. And again, we want to calculate a target. Where does our object need to go to if we are using a collision node? So in this case, in our enter tree function, so when our object is added to the scene tree, we are going to see what its parent is. So we're going to check down the tree, and we're going to see whether we're going to find a collision hand or whether we're going to find an extra controller, because there's a slight difference in logic that we need depending on whether we're using a collision hand or whether we're using a controller. So in a collision hand, we get our track transform from our tracking system. And for a controller, we just get the global transform because that controller node will already be placed on that. It seems like you've been programming for a long time. How do you find GDScript? Oh, my favorite subject. Obviously, I have been working on Godot for over 8 years now, so I have been using GDScript for a long time. I'm originally a C++ programmer. That's been my jam for most of my life. When I initially wanted to do stuff with VR, and someone recommended Godot to me, and I then heard that Godot uses GDScript. I don't mind that. But then I heard that GDScript is a Python language. I hate Python. Sorry to say. I know that there's a lot of people who love Python. You can do some really crazy, cool stuff with Python. I do not like Python. So initially, I didn't really want to do anything with GDScript because I was sort of like, it's probably going to have all the things that I don't like about Python. And indeed, I still don't like the strictness around layout and tabs and spaces and all that sort of jazz. But you get used to it very quickly. And the thing with GDScript and why I have become to love GDScript as a language and love working with GDScript is that for what it is intended to do, that is control logic of your game, it allows you, first of all, it's a very simple language to pick up. It is, it doesn't do a whole lot of complex things in the way that you write your code. But also because it is runtime, because it's not strictly typed, even though you can use typing in there now, and you'll see that I use typing a lot because it helps us with, finding certain things. But there are things in extra tools that make use of the fact that things are weak typed as well. We can actually see one here is that if I pick up an object, I can add a custom pickup handler method to that object and say, hey, don't use your default positioning logic, use that logic instead. You could obviously do, like in C#, you could do that with interfaces. And unfortunately, I don't really mind too much, but interfaces are not a construct in GDScript yet. I do think someone's working on that. But even with that, I kind of like that. But the biggest thing that for me that sets GDScript apart is just how quickly you can iterate on it, and how quickly you can build things, and how quickly you can. I hate JavaScript. Sorry. How quickly you can iterate things, and the fact, as you can see me working here, because even with a standalone headset, I am still doing most of my work as a PC VR developer, even if I eventually end up targeting to release on a standalone headset, because the moment that I hit that play button, I'm running. There's no compiling, there's no waiting, there's no putting things together. You hit it, it runs, and it even gets to the point that if I make changes to the code while the game is running, those changes in 9 out of 10 cases take immediate effect. So as a developer, in the speed that I can develop and how quickly and how simply I can put something together, I love GDScript. But I'm also keenly aware of what the limitations of GDScript are. So obviously, I'm not going to write a complete terrain system in GDScript. I say that with an asterisk, because you actually can, if most of the logic that is that needs performance is actually done in shaders. I actually do have a fully GPU implementation for a terrain system. But for if you're looping through lots of mesh data or creating lots of mesh data, then obviously you wouldn't do that in GDScript. I would then go to C++ and write a GD extension and write in there. I have to say that when I look at XRTools 1 and 2, this applies to both of them, we are really on the threshold of what makes sense to use GDScript for. I am very tempted to do a port of XRTools at some point to GD extension and write in C++. The main reason I haven't done that yet is twofold. One is we are still dealing with mostly control code. So there is a lot of code that runs every frame, but compared to the code that runs to do the rendering, it's still a tiny, tiny piece of your performance budget. But the second reason, which I think is much more important, is the moment that I port this to C++, I will leave a lot of people behind who would otherwise contribute to Extra Tools. When we look at a lot of people who have helped me out with Extra Tools 1, they wouldn't be helping out if Extra Tools 1 was written in C++. So there is that. So yeah, I love GDScript. I fell in love with the language. I think it is amazing for what it does. But I also, I'm also a firm believer of the best language for you is the language that you're comfortable with. So there's a lot of people who use C# with Godot. If that is something that you've done for the last 10 years, why not? Why would you learn a completely new language just because it has a few advantages? When you're really proficient in another language, your proficiency might trump the things that are good about another language. So that is something I do really like about Godot, is that you do have that choice. So, but yeah, I love GDScript. That's really what it comes down to. Yeah. So yeah, same thing. I don't like Python either. And again, for me, type languages, I've had a very successful business career using a language called Omnis, which is also weakly typed. And I found that has a lot of advantages if used correctly, depending on what the use case is. But I'm so happy C++ is a typed language, because all the code that I write to actually make XR work in Godot, yeah, that needs to be a typed language. If you work on that level, you have to have a compiler that helps you prevent mistakes and optimizes the code because it knows what it's dealing with. But again, I think that doesn't really apply to control code in a game. And I really make a big difference between that, right? The control code of your game, and with that I mean the code to control your character, the code to control an NPC, the glue code to put everything together. That doesn't really need that. And when you get that iteration speed, if you can build a game in a quarter of the time because GDScript allows you to have that iteration speed, and you do not run into any performance issues, because 9 out of 10 games don't need the optimization for that type of code, then that's great. If you look at the code that runs Godot itself, the rendering engine code, and the XR code, the physics code, yeah, obviously you want to have a language very different than GDScript. Yeah, dependency management is annoying, and that goes for many languages. That is generally how good the support things have been implemented. That is something that I must admit I think is a weakness in Godot as well. Godot, our asset library does a lot of stuff for us in being able to download plugins, but keeping plugins up to date and making sure that if plugins are dependent on other plugins, there is still some work to be done there. Will be done, but all in good time. Compared to Unreal with C++, it's about buzzing. Yeah, again, I love C++. I have been a C++ developer for well over 30 years. I love working with C++ when I'm writing engine code. I am so happy I'm not using C++ to write game code. I wouldn't want to use C++ for there. It would just slow you down a lot. Yeah, the not having to compile and again the iteration time is really good. We have great writing in Kotlin, but I work in Android. Yeah, one of the things I know that's something that Fredia is working on loads, to use Godot as a library so that you can do your primary coding in Kotlin. It's not my cup of tea, but then again, that's just not the ecosystem that I'm working in. But I can totally understand that if that's your jam, if Kotlin is the language that you love, then and that actually works really well in Godot. So it's pretty cool. I always type my variables when I first learned about typing. Yeah, I do most of the time. That for me, it is the fact that I can use weak typing when I need it, and that there's nothing that forces me to do it. Like again, an example of this where I am using a weak typed approach. I love that I can do that. I love that the language leaves it open, but you can see that, and actually I need to take the space out there. You can see that most of my functions are typed. Very often, something like here, delta, I should be typing that to float, but I don't care. I'm not specifying that there's a void output here. In some places I do, and maybe at some point I will clean it up just for completeness sake. But it doesn't change the code, and it doesn't matter for what it is that I'm doing. But I do like for everything else, because even if it's just to get easily to the help or to get my auto completion working, it really does help to have this thing. Now, you'll see me doing this a lot. I am very used to typing a space before and after the colon or semicolon. I always forget which one it is. Again, English is my second language, not my first. But someone told me that the style guide says that we shouldn't have that first space. So I'm slowly removing the spaces from my code and trying to get used to not having that space there. Where were we? Always type variables. You can enforce Godot to highlight untyped variables in error. Yes, you can. I am so happy that I have not turned that on, and I am not turning that on. But I get, for someone who really wants to use typing, that's a nice feature. Some people really want to make sure that everything is typed. For me, there are a number of places where I specifically don't type things. So 90% of my code is typed and 10% is not. And I don't want it complaining about that 10%. Will the Godot app exist as a standalone app on the frame like Quest 3 in the future? You mean the editor? Yes. I can say yes to that, because we have the editor in Steam in the store, so it is just a matter of deploying it as that. How well it will work, I've done some very basic testing, but how well it will work, that is all dependent on some system features. And Quest still has the way ahead, and I'm not comparing it here to Frame. I'm generalizing here. Same applies to Pico and Android XR. Meta's done a good job in that part of their UI. That's all that I'll say about that. But it is, we will very likely put the ARM64 build of Godot on Steam, and it will work. And if we don't, you can upload it yourself. It is literally just downloading the ARM64 editor build and pushing it up to the device. So, which is the thing that I did try the other day, it was a lot of fun. But yeah, it's interesting to see that the headset just stays comfortably on your forehead. Enough said about that one already. Do you know anything about the GSL-PAT GLTF integration in Godot? No, I do not know any details about the GLTF integration. I do use GLTF a lot in a lot of places, but I'm not familiar with the details. That is something that you need to talk to the asset team in Godot about. So yeah. I found out that styling too, I'm pretty stuck in my ways. Yeah, I'm the same thing, like Luster. The thing just is, because I submit a lot of examples to our public repos, I get slapped on my fingers if I leave the spaces in there. So I'll learn eventually. But in the end, it's whatever style you're comfortable with. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, for people who have OCD, I can imagine that that lies a little bit differently. I'm not that that principled about it, but I do have certain styles that I put my hand in the fire for, where that I will defend till the end of the day. Especially in the way how I write C++ code. I'm in camp. Open curly bracket should not be on a new line. I hate that Microsoft standard that you put the curly bracket on a new line. Keep it at the end of the line that it belongs to. Flame war time, yay! Yeah, again, it is why I always have the space there. I do think that flows better, but again, it is one of those things where this is so minor to me that if that is a style guide that we are applying at Godot, I might as well teach myself to consistently do this and to train my brain to recognize this as the correct notation. It just saves me a whole bunch of cleanup whenever I put new code samples into our repositories. Is the Quest VR platform being discontinued or something? No. Why would it be? I still have my Quests sitting behind me, and I use it regularly. Today I'm having to use the frame. No, we are very happily still working on Quest support, and we have a bunch of new things in the vendor plugin being added. So we are definitely not giving up on Quests and the Quest ecosystem. So, nope. Okay. Where were we? So, yeah. So we're now applying the logic to our object that is picked up. We're doing almost the same thing as on our hands. We're getting our parents' information. However, we're now calculating a proportion based on whether we are two-handed or single-handed. So the picked up count counts the number of hands that have grabbed this object, which really should only return 0, 1, or 2. If it returns 0, we have a really serious problem. But we should not even get this far because we would not have a picked up variable at that point in time. However, that is something that we will be changing in a minute, or we at least will be adding a mode there to handle that properly. I remember your video on the Pico 4. It made me go out and buy one. Yeah, still big fan of Pico. I've got a 4 and a 4 Ultra behind me. I think the Ultra is over there. Still happily working with Pico on things. So, yeah, I love those headsets too. You know, I'm a fan of all the headsets. The more headsets, the merrier. And I do enjoy the Pico 4. It is a very cool device. But you know, we work with different ones from time to time. Oh, the Gaussian splatting. I don't know if we have Gaussian splatting on the horizon as far as core is concerned. I do know that there is a Godot Gaussian splatting plugin that someone made that seems to be very good. Whether they are also implementing things for GLTF, I don't know. We do have a whole plugin system around GLTF, so you can write additional code to parse additional information that is found in GLTF files. But again, I don't know. I've never talked to the person who has built that. I found out that the project exists by accident because I do want to dive into Gaussian splatting at some point in time. I do find it a very interesting technique. But I don't think anybody is currently looking at adding Gaussian splatting into the core. But I could be wrong about that because, again, that is the rendering team that is looking after that. And while I try and keep up to date in some of it, I am not the most up-to-date person on everything that the rendering team does. There is just way too many things happening over there to stay on top of everything. Love VR. Just hope the Steam frame will become universal like PC. Keyboard. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Time will tell. So, all right, we've caught up. Took me 1.5 hours to talk to all the things that I've been working on for the past couple of months and trying to get this to the point that it currently works. The first thing that I want to do here is to get that two-handed logic working properly. My nose is itchy. And there are two sides of that story. The first is that right now, this logic runs for every hand. So I run it for the right hand, and then I run it for the left hand, or maybe the other way around. Depends on which one's first in the node tree, which is why I am halving the each force for each hand, so that combined they are back at the full strength to move something into position. However, that works properly for the movement if I want the object to be centered between the two hands, which for the box is the right thing to do, but it does not work for the rotation. So our fix for the rotation is actually a separate thing that we are going to do from the change in our applied force. So in our applied force, I want to introduce a mode so that we can decide whether we want the primary hand to determine the position of the object that we're holding. And we are looking at the orientation, or that we want the center line. Sorry, my train of thought went in the wrong way, because I also suddenly realized that we actually need to calculate the orientation first, because we will need to adjust the positioning as a result. Do we? Yeah, we might need to do that, because that's something that was a lot of experimentation I finally got a hang of, is that the force is actually positioning it offset to where our force is applied, and we've removed all that. I have now recreated that logic, and then it rotates. But we're now going to rotate it differently. So we will see how well that works, and we will figure that out. I am not too worried about that. So yeah, we might need to calculate the target rotation differently. That's probably what it needs to be. Excuse me. Excuse me. So, yeah. Let's do the orientation adjustment first, and then we do the mode. So I think the orientation thing is going to be that we're going to actually adjust that. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to move that into a separate variable. Health. No. Number of hands. Let's keep it nice and simple. We are going to cast that to a float, even though we're getting an int back. Do we want to? No, we're getting an int back, so we're going to cast that to int. That's fine. And then, do I need to specifically cast that here, or would it still be? Yeah, let's be safe. Just so that we don't get some weird adjustment there. Now, potentially a proportion is something that we won't actually apply, but that's going to become a setting. So, and I want that in a separate place here. Count the number of hands that are holding this object. There we go. All right, cool. Now, if number of hands bigger than 1, if two-handed, we adjust our target orientation. So All right, so how are we doing this? Because now we actually don't care about the orientation. That's a good question. How are we doing that? So if we've got it grabbed here on that corner and grabbed on that corner, we want that vector to be orientated there. Okay. So how do we adjust that to the rotation of the object? Because we want to look at that vector in local space. See how much that is angled from our orientation of our object itself. So that's our base. And then we want to look at, okay, how does that... If I got, okay. So, you know, I'm not the only one who needs a visual guide when working on 3D. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you just need to look at it visually. All right, so we got that offset here, we got that offset here. So we know where we want those two to be. How do we calculate how much that has rotated? Again, assuming so if we take that vector in local space and we compare that vector in world space, we know how much we have rotated from that vector to that vector. And that is then going to be the global rotation of that object. Yes, I think that is it. Okay. Okay, so and I'm actually thinking because we still want them in that position. So we don't want to take the orientation, because right now we've gotten the orientation of our controller, but we actually want to do that differently. Okay, so okay, so we have the Godot. So do we apply the grab offset later? We're purely looking at where's the central location. That's what we're calculating here. What becomes the central location that we want this to be? We might actually even still be able to use that. That's kind of cool. I'm actually going to go. No, I want to keep that here because We might do the same in a custom handler, but that's then something that the custom one needs to do. Yes. Are we going to always assume that we have 2 hands and never 3, 4, or 5? Do I even want to deal with that? No, I just want to deal with the first 2 hands. So with those 2, yeah, because all that we need to do is we need to figure out what the orientation of the object is. That's what the target is. We don't actually care about the orientation of the hands. We just care about the 2 points. And for that, we need to know the rotation between the start offsets to where we are right now. And we still have our target. Oh, that's the problem that I have here. The grab offsets. Hold on. Sorry, guys, I need to sort of rethink about. Right, because I'm getting. No, the global target is the location of the hands, not the orientation of the objects. Okay, so I do not care about what our current orientation is. I only care about what our points are. But I still need to apply the local transform there. And that's the problem is I do not know here. Yeah, if it's 4 a.m. for you, lackluster, it's probably a really good idea to go have some sleep. All right. In the meantime, get track location. That is getting purely my pose, just a transform. Oh, that takes target in there. What's the target? Fallback offset. Oh, that is just if we have an adjustment there, that's fine. So yeah, that is the location of our controller. All right. How that is right. So the grab offset. The grab offset changes that target to the center position of my object. Right. And then in this case, okay, let's do something crazy first, just to make sure that I'm doing the right thing here. Is I'm clearing out the bases here. You no longer have a basis. Cool. That should mean that we're centering the orientation. That should mean at the moment that we pick up with 2 hands. Where's my other hand? Oh, my glass is in the way. Yep, there we go. Here we go. So let's grab the 2 kilogram object. Boink, I've got a 2 kilogram object. And the moment that I take that, I am no longer moving it around. It's nicely like that. So what I now want to do is based on the fact that I'm grabbing them like this, and that is based on where my original positions are, and I'm now moving them like that. So I don't care about the orientation of my hands. What I'm now caring about is the rotation between that rest position and the actual position. Okay. Let's see how we can figure that out. Don't go to sleep. I want you to be off for a second. What is it, pussycats? What is it? You hear me talking and you want attention. My cat's drawing my attention away. All right. So we now need to calculate a basis to go from our default location to our actual location. And for that, we need the grab offset of both hands and create a vector between one and the other. We only care about the positions. Hey, not another death. We are happily trying to make, some cool things work with extra tools too. All right, so we need to get the other hand. So we got that. And again, we're going to assume that we never have more than two hands picking it up because humans only have two hands. If there's somehow a third hand in play, oh, my microphone is going weird. I must have bumped it. Yeah, I want to try the new IK nodes at some point as well, but we will get to that eventually. Where am I looking for here? So that is getting which pickup I want. Is that what I want? I think it is. No, that is just from that. Okay, I need to picked up by what? And that's returning my extra 2 pickup, which is this node. And that has got a, where are you? Grab offset. Perfect. Okay. So what we're going to, oh, and that's the other thing. Does that matter? No, it doesn't matter because we're just working with rotation. So whether we get first or last, oh, we can do a primary check. Why not? So I might actually put a mode here. It is a primary, return that. So we're going to get our primary if that's the first one we run into. If the first one we run into is a secondary, we then go around again and then we get our primary. Okay, let's make that a bool. Want primary. Bool. And we're going to default that to true. So if this is the primary and we want the primary, we return it. Else if not picked up. Oh, pick up dot is primary. Sometimes the pop-up just gets in the way of seeing what you need to see. So now the question is Where are we using this? Because I actually want to return null. That's a API change, but we are still early enough in development that we can do that. So here we say, picked up by which. If picked up, I'm trying to do a quick save here. Pick up objects. All right, if we're already picked up, then we're saying this is false, else true. And that would still be the same because now we only get the primary. We should always have a primary because that's something that we deal with. Okay. And here we make it false. What's this doing? So this becomes false. This is where we want any. Okay, well, we're gonna make that. Because that's the problem. I think we need to do. Okay, let's add an enum in here. Do we have any enums already? I never know where in the order I need to put enums. Let's put them over here. I don't have a region for this either. Enum. Pick up by. Can I do it like this? I think so. Any primary, secondary. Can I do it like that? I always forget what the notation here is. Well, it's not giving me an error on it. But I'm wondering when we look at enums. Yeah, I think we always do those. We do the types in capital, but we do the name picked up by. Let's do that. Just picked up by type. Boom. And now we go back to here, and then mode. Actually, let's do that mode, not type. Picked up by mode. I think that is nicer. Can you program in Vim? No, I've never used Vim. I am old-fashioned, Windows trained. Any, and then what we now get is we do mode not picked up by secondary. So no, that's not. We are going to do primary. No, it is going to be not secondary. So if we ask any, we do prioritize the primary one. And if we obviously want primary, we want to return that. But if it's set to secondary, then we want the secondary. So in this case, it is going to be mode is secondary. So not primary, and our mode is secondary. We're going to go get the secondary. Sweet. That should work. Stop making noise. Okay. So that means that we have our current behavior as is. We don't have to worry about that. So now we can do here. Hey, cat. Okay. If two-handed, adjust the target orientation. Okay, so for other is picked up by the object that we've picked up now is, okay, so we are going to say picked up by mode dot primary, no, secondary, if it's primary. So if our current pickup node is the primary node, we want to grab the secondary node or the secondary hand, else we want the primary. Cool. Okay. And if we find it, then we're going to change this. Okay. So then we get for other, what was that thing called? Other grab offset is get, that we want to do on other, get grab offsets. There we go. We don't have that yet, so we're going to add that in. So that actually does not need to be a static function. As picked up, get picked up grab point is primary. Perfect. Let's just put it in here. Func is, and I think that is a transform 3D. Return grab offsets. Okay, cool. So, all right. Okay. So now we have the original grab or the grab offset of our hand or our pickup object, and we have the grab offset of our second hand, and that gives us a vector in before orientation. Okay. All right. Okay, so the other problem that we have here is we actually need to what is it, cats? What do you want? What do you want? Why are you asking for attention, cat? You're distracting me, little cat. Let's move this into a function because we also need to get this calculation. Are we using target anywhere else? Worlds. No, that's the only place. Okay, cool. Sweet. So let's go. And yeah, security holding, our grab points is primary get grab point offsets. So let's go and make a function here and say get target, get global target. Targets. And again, transform 3D. That's what we're going to do there. That's just going to be then a transform 3D empty. Oops. And then here, instead of doing this, we're going to do return. Okay. Perfect. All right. Oh, let's give that a thing. Return our target position for this. And grab offset should be reset if we're not doing that. Again, you know, in theory, that could be on the roots in weird conditions, but we're going to pretend that's that scenario, that return an empty transform, that is where things went wrong, which means that we now can do this. Oops. Which means that we can now get rid of that. And we could say if global targets. I think there is a specific case that for checking that, but not 100% sure. Might have to do something nicer there, but for now, I'm happy enough with that. It really never should happen, so just being overly careful. So we have our other grab offsets, and we want to do our other global targets. Is other get global targets. Okay. And with that, we can say, excuse me, our start vector is minus grab offset.origin destination vector. Let's actually type these. Why not? Probably can come up with some better names for this, but that is going to be other global targets dot origin, and we're going to take the global targets origin. Okay, so now we have our vector before or in rest, and we have our vector rotated, and the rotation between those two vectors is what we want. So the big question is, do we have something that gives us the rotation between these two vectors? I know we have that in, or maybe we can get that on a quaternion between two. Oh, of course. Okay. Returns the assigned angle to the given vector and radians. The sign of the angle is positive and counter negative in clockwise. Viewed from the side with the axis. Right. And the axis is simply across. Which means that we can normalize this. And we can normalize this. And then we need to cross the vector. Probably needs to be the other way around, but not entirely sure. for angle start vector dots test vector. Okay, do we have axis angle? I think I need to do an ACOS on the angle for this. I think so. I believe this is ACOS. Cross angle. I could be totally wrong. This could be a complete screw up, but let's see. It feels right. Everything went to sleep, of course. That's always what happens. All right, so I'm going to grab you. At this point, I'm still fine. I'm going to grab you. Ooh. All right. Must be normalized. What did I not normalize? Do I need to normalize the cross output? I probably do. Dots normalized. Okay. I think that's probably what it is. I'm not happy about. And again, I probably should be checking whether they aren't already too close together. Oh, that is something that can happen. My hands can actually get stuck on each other. Oops. Hey, come on. Okay, 1, 2. All right, so. All right, so now one of the problems, of course, is because we're only doing one vector. No, that feels wrong. We also what are we doing here? Oh, definitely feels wrong. We're definitely doing something different from what I'm expecting. Okay. Let's first see, am I doing something wrong in my calculations? I don't think so. The thing is, I am rotating a vector from one place to another, but I'm not accounting the rotation along that vector itself. The ghost hands are just showing where the actual controller position is. So I'm expecting the object and the related hands to stay nicely in there. It'll tumble around that vector because that is something we're not stabilizing here. And I think that means that we do need to do a little bit more with the orientation here. Let's make sure I'm getting the angle. I'm doing ACOS. The start dot destination should be maybe that shouldn't be in ACOS, because ACOS gives me the, does it? No, and that isn't ACOS because because the dot gives us the cosine of the rotation. So I need to revert that to get. Oh, when did you submit your request for Steam Frame Dev Kit? We submitted 1/5 of December. I cannot give that sort of information. The priority and the order in which Valve does things is up to Valve. So if you've applied to a dev kit, you're going to have to talk to Valve about whether or not you get one, or when, or whatever. I don't have any insight to give there. Okay, let me think. All right. I first need to see if I can get this to do what I think it does, or what it should be doing. How am I going to do that? How am I going to figure out? It's going to be rotation around that vector. And then yeah, cosine there. Hold on. Let me look again. So I can get the bigger cube. It's easier to do something with the bigger cube. Let's see what's going on. I'm going to go grab that there. I'm going to go grab that there. All right. Oh. It's doubling up, it seems. See that? It's doubling up the rotation. So starting rotation is okay, but every bit of rotation that I do is getting doubled up. Okay. Why is that double? Is there a half thing there? Am I just remembering that? Well, one thing that we could, of course, do. From which version of Godot can we get individual finger tracking support? So you mean what I'm doing now with the controllers, that you can see the fingers move? Oh my God, we've had that for years. I would not be able to say, probably Godot 3 somewhere, 3.6 or 3.5 or something like that. As long as the OpenXR runtime supports the inferred hand tracking extension. And Valve has done that since OpenVR days. And once they did OpenXR, they just took that over. So, SteamVR has supported that for ages. Oculus, Meta, and others didn't. They originally only gave it for hand tracking, not for controllers. But yeah, innately for the Steam frame controllers, when were they integrated? Again, same thing. It's just using the OpenXR hand tracking API. So as far as I'm aware, that's probably worked before anybody even ever got their hands on a dev kit. So Valve has been supporting the hand tracking API for God knows how long, and it's always been hooked up there. So it definitely worked from the day that I first picked up a Steam frame. So who knows when it was introduced. Okay, let me just double check something. Get angle between two normalized vectors. Yeah, ACOS. What am I doing wrong here? Why is it doubling up? That makes no sense. Um, okay, what am I doing wrong here, guys? What am I missing? Why would it be doubling up the rotation? Or is that because okay. What am I doing here? Okay. Oops. Bit too sensitive. Whoa. That one way too close. Yep. No, that's half. Okay. Okay. What am I think the problem is I am getting so picked up. So global target. That is a new basis that I calculate. That's the orientation that I want. It should be the same for both hands. I could see, by the way, the output in my headset. I made a little log thing for that. Is primary global targets. I want to see if they are the same between the primary and the secondary. You should see them in pairs, or if there is something weird going on with that. Let's have a look. Okay. Boom. Okay, I can't see that there. It's too much traffic going in there. So let's just have a look over here. So that's the same, 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 that's the same. That's the same, that's okay. So yeah, looks like it's, even though, because the angles will be reversed, but it is the same. So we still get the same orientation. So we're definitely getting a rotation that makes sense. What is it, cats? Why are you meowing so much? What do you want? No. Okay. So the question that I now have is, and I can obviously do that, right? we actually don't need to do this in two parts. So I'm actually going to move this earlier. And I'm going to move this over here. And I'm actually not going to do proportional. Because if we come, actually, oh no. Okay. And I'm actually going to change that as well. I'm going to change this whole logic. I'm not going to care about the number of hands. We're only going to do, yeah, we're going to assume that we have a maximum of 2 hands. So what we're going to do here is if is primary, if this is our primary hand, yeah, that's fine. Then we're going to get the other. If we have an other, we're going to go and update our orientation, and we're only going to apply our torque if we are dealing with our first hand. Okay, and that actually means that we're now going to go, well, I do want to do the number of hands here. Yeah, pickup count. I shouldn't have deleted that. I should have kept it. Picked up counts. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so I'm just going to keep that in there now because for that, I may need to do things. But we're going to switch that by mode. For now, we're going to keep that bit working. Cat, what is wrong with you? What is it? What do you want? What do you want, Cat? What do you want? Hey. Hey. You hear me talking and you want attention, don't you? You're wondering who I'm talking to. Okay, so let's see if we now have the orientation correct. That would be very interesting. And then we'll deal with that in just a minute, because here I want to have a mode where, you know, what we're doing right now, that I want to keep that, or I want to prioritize on our primary hands. So let's go and have a look and see whether this now makes sense. Okay, so, whoa. Okay. Vector must be normalized. Right. Hold on. This actually can now be, I'm only interested in the secondary. There we go. Oh, okay. Hold on. That's a mistake in here. And we actually also need to have a check for that. So this was a situation where obviously we get the same points, so there is no vector. And yeah, it's not happy about that. So, and there's actually another little trick that we can do there where we're going to do our dot separately. Okay. But what we now need to know now is here we need to say if mode is picked up, mode by is any, then we are returning that. Else we return null. We don't want to we don't want to do that. So if we're specifically looking for primary, or no, if you're specifically looking for a secondary, we get our secondary. If we're looking for our primary or any, and we find the primary, we will prioritize primary. But if we do not find a primary, somehow that was not selected, and that happens when we let go with our primary hand. There will be a moment that we only have secondary hands. We want to return that secondary hand in that situation because we're going to turn that into the primary hand. There we go. Ah, cool. Always nice to join you. We're nearing the end. It's nearly midnight here, half an hour to midnight. But I want to get this working. And yeah, we'll see how long we go. All right, so that should now work. So yeah, now we have, if we are two-handed, we're purely going to do our rotation on our primary. Okay, so I don't know why that initial rotation went so weird. It's still doubling up. So we definitely calculated the wrong angle. And I don't know why. Oops. Hey. Okay, that's what happens when we are totally doing weird stuff. So why is the initial rotation wrong? Oh, because of the offset. It's just, yeah, at this point we're good, but we're just doubling up on the rotation. Why are we doubling up on the rotation? Is there a problem in the way that that gets calculated? Okay, so physics process, where are you? Here. All right, so we did have that signed angle 2, which returns vector and radians. Let's see if this gives us a different result compared to our angle. So the angle space, and then we want start vector dots. Why is there an angle 2 best vector? How is that different to our signed angle? Returns an unsigned minimum angle in radians. So no, we want the signed angle in this case. Signed angle 2. And we're going to do that on our cross. So in theory, that should give us the exact same angle as there. And if not, then that obviously means that, yeah, we're doing something wrong. And if it does get the same, then I'm making a different mistake in what it is that we're doing here. So they are identical. All right, so that means that either our basis calculation is wrong, which is possible, or, so yeah, as you can see, I need to blow that up a bit. Can I blow that up? Can I zoom in on this somehow? No, I can't. I'm just going to copy one of these lines in here because I got a larger font here. Well, it's slightly off. Why is it slightly off? That has to be some weird floating point error. They probably do another normalize inside of this, but that's close enough for government work. Okay, so is this broken? Vector angle. Construct the basis that only represents rotation. Rotation around axis by given angle in radians. The axis must be normalized. We have. This is the same as using rotated on the identity basis. With more than one angle, consider using from Yoder instead. I'm so excited about the comfort. Oh, hold on. Yeah, my index is always tipping into my eyes when I put it on top of my head for a bit. Yeah. My complaint for many headsets that I have is, yeah, you sometimes you just want to keep it on your head. And you can see that, I still put it down from time to time because I'm just not in the habit of it yet. But okay, so the big question is the basis being calculated wrong, or are we making a mistake here? Because we are trying to move to that basis, which we have now adjusted to the rotation that we want, assuming that that is correct, that we're not making mistake there. We're going from our starting position to our ending position. That's how much we want to rotate. And that's how much we want to rotate that. So is there something about... Is there something about this? Where we actually want to go to... Because I think this grab offset probably has the rotation... I don't think that matters because it's just the hand location. Yeah, that's still... I think that is still good. All right. So what we are going to do... And for this, yes, we need to get a little creative. I think we're gonna cheat for this. Okay, our primary hand is going to be our right hand. We're going to get an error if we're going to pick up first the left hand with what I'm about to do. So we have to remember, we have to pick up our right hand first. And what I'm going to do here is I am going to go and, oh, not that one, this one, vector. I'm going to add a vector to here. Like that. I'm going to call it local vector. On purpose, I'm going to make that bigger. There we go. And we're going to just give this some sort of color. Any color will do. And now I want a second one. Actually, I want to add that normally because that often breaks. So vector, there we go. Oh, you just want some snacks. Is that what you want? Why don't you start licking the place that I always give you some snacks? Here, Bruce. Is that what you want? Hey? Hello. Okay, cool. Yeah, the solid halo bands with flip up, and I really like the Windows MR design of headsets where you had that, right, where you had the halo and then you flip up the thing. I believe that the links R1 and R2 do it as well. So yeah, definitely for kind of development, I really like that sort of design. So here we got a second one. I'm actually going to just on purpose just do that. We will be orientating it eventually. All right, so, and we're going to call that global vector. And I am going to put that top level. There we go. And I know that will be moving to somewhere crazy, but we're going to be positioning those two. So we have a local vector, we have our global vector, we only have it on our right hand. So we can now, as long as we start picking up with the right hand, so that our right hand becomes the primary controller, we can go and have some fun with that. So the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to set our local vector. Hold on, this is the pickup function. So we are actually going to have to do local vector is, and this is also, obviously, this is only going to work local vector. Actually, that means that I can now check for it. So if it's not there, then we don't crash. We just ignore it. And we're going to say local vector. Also means that we can do that as a node 3D. That's all that we want there. Dot transform is transform 3D. Oop. Come on. Dot looking at start vector vector 3 dot up. There we go. So we should have that vector now point to the other hand or away from the other hand, because sometimes this is going the wrong way around, but that's fine. Of course, that is not all in caps. There we go. All right. And now what we can do is global vector. So this one is the one that we did top level, so that's going to ignore that is going to ignore what I'm trying to say. The location. So what we're just going to do here is basis comma XR collision and dot global position. I really should be hold on, is that is already in global. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that is already in the global space, so that we can do that differently. So we're gonna do this differently. We're gonna do global vector dot bases is gonna be bases dot looking at test vector dot vector 3 dot up, and then we can just do position. Oh, no, that is position. And again, with top level turned on, the position is going to be the global position. So that's all fine. So we can do that. Let's see, what are we doing here? Ignore this if you can't answer question about the frame. It's finding the sweet spot easy. No, indeed, I cannot answer any details about the frame. So I'm gonna leave that alone. You're gonna have to find out yourself whether that works well for you. And I'm also guessing that that is something that would be a different answer for different people anyway. So obviously these are now not doing anything because we're not positioning them unless we're holding something. That one is just, like I said, top level means that it's no longer attached to its parent. It just gets its position. So when we now grab this, we still don't have anything working. And now when I grab this, the problem that I'm having right now, well, I am sorry to say, okay. What? Well, okay, so the white arrow, we forgot to set a color on that one. That is our destination vector, but in global space. The purple vector, or you guys can probably not see that. The purple vector is our destination vector in global space, and they're overlapping. So we're actually orientating our box to our destination vector, which is exactly what we want. But our destination vector is nowhere near what it is supposed to be. What is going on here? Vilgon, yeah, I'm working on XR tools for that. You make cuts out periodically. Oh, that's not good. I was having some connection issues before, but I don't see anything reported on that. Yeah, no, it's saying that my stream is supposed to be going good now. Could be that I'm just talking away from my mic a little bit too much. I'm definitely seeing that it's recording my mic properly at the moment. So maybe it's when I'm looking away from my microphone that it's not picking things up. So yeah, if it keeps going bad, then let me know. It's weird. Yeah, I might go through my own VOD eventually. Yeah, it's this calculation. This destination vector is not doing what I'm expecting it to do. And it's either... So again, we're going to do some more trickery here. On here, we are going to, first of all, mesh instance, 3D, primary, give that a sphere. Where are you? Actually, no, I am not going to do that like that. I am going to do that like this. I got a nice axes thing for that. So that is going to be primary axes. There we go. Oh, it doesn't look like that so much. Why not? I don't know. All right, this one again, I am going to... Okay, so I'm going to call that primary. And this one is going to be top level. Okay, and now I'm going to go and do another axis. Nice little... Oh. I'm going to call that secondary axes. Because that also gives me my orientation, which is nice. Oops. Secondary. There we go. Yeah, that can happen. Happens to the best of us, Goblin. No need to apologize for that. Okay. So we're now going to find out that... Oh, no, don't do that. No, definitely don't do that. There we go. We're now going to find out that our actual... I think what I want here is my global... Yeah, this is actually... Dang it. Global target. Yeah, I'm using the wrong thing here. Ooh. Yeah, that's my thinking mistake that I don't want to have the global target here. So we're going to go and take this away. Find get global targets. We actually want to rename that to something else. I'm just going to put that in there, even though I'm going to change this in a sec. So we need a different name for that. So I'm actually going to call that target. So we're actually going to say get targets. And then we're going to say if we don't have a target, then we're going to go out there. And we're going to, let's actually go and call it controller targets. Controller target. Because I am reversing the offset to get to the position where where I am in relationship to the thing that is. So I'm actually, my destination vector was probably non-existent. Okay. So get controller targets. There we go. And here as well, we're going to update that in a sec. I'm first going to go over here. Okay. Get our controller targets for this hand. Oh, I already moved that there. Cool. So that's cool. So now we're going to do here. And okay, and other controller targets is going to be that. And this is also going to be controller targets. And it really was just working because with the offset applies, it was probably slightly offset. My guesses. We'll see now if this makes sense. And I've got those axes and I've not done anything with those axes. So they're just going to float around. I wanted to put those axes where our targets were. I might still do that so that you guys can see what it actually does. But let's now go and do this. Oh, we've messed something up there, didn't we? That's the offset, by the way, that we're now seeing. So somehow we've lost the offset. Okay, that also gives me a chance to do that. So let's go and do that over here. Obviously, we're going to remove all this. Primary axes, node 3D is XR collision hands dot get node primary axes dot transform is controller targets. Okay. And now we do repeats. We just do secondary. Okay, that is going to go and put that at the top here then. Other controller targets. That should be a transform. That is also a transform. Okay, cool. That's good, but this needs to be secondary axis. Secondary axis. There we go. Controller target, other controller target. Okay, so now over here, global target is our controller target times grab offset inverse. Because I am doing it twice. Ha ha. Go away. Okay, now let's see if it makes sense now. Okay, here we go. Wink, wink, wink. Grab. All right, so that's working now. Grab. Oh. And now we can see that's primary. Where is our controller? Secondary, where is our controller? Nicely on our center. And how beautiful is that? Okay. Yeah, really cool. Okay. Okay, now when I let go, I do still have a bit of a problem that sometimes my hands end up inside of the box and then it gets a little stuck. But I am so happy that we figured that one out. Okay, let's get rid of all our testing nonsense. We don't need that anymore. So I don't need space there. It's cool. Is primary. We got all of those. We're not going to do you. We're not going to do you. So we got a start vector, test vector, and our angles. There we go. Get rid of all those. And we overrule our global target. So the last thing that I want to do is I want to set a mode up for whether we want our primary hand to stay in place, or if we want to do what we do right now, where we nicely, move it around like that. So now the thing is that our current offset is going to be changed depending on our orientation change. But that's probably something that we can do here as well, because we're already updating our target bases. But that might change our orientation. I think in this case that when we do this, if we don't want to nicely center it in between, we will probably need to change our position to be rotated like this. So VidGone. So in XTools 2, we are using skeletal input for the hands. Yes. At some point, I'll look at full body tracking, but for now, it's if supported by the XR runtime, it will take the hand tracking data as a skeleton, and it will apply that. And I am planning to do some overrules there, so that you can fix hand positions when you're grabbing stuff. But that is not going to be in tonight's video or tonight's stream. All right, let's just first get the mode in here. So the way that I want the mode to work is that you can set the default mode on the pickup. And oh, that's actually a good one, because yeah, so we always need to make sure that we do that on the primary. No, so we need to do that somewhere else. How are we going to do that? Because I really want that to be a mode on the object that you pick up, but we don't want to do inheritance or anything like that. You know what? For now, I am just going to make that a variable, and then later on we can figure out a way that we can actually change that behavior. So in this case, pivot on primary bool. Actually, I want to have that earlier. So that's actually the to-dos that we're doing right now. So we can get rid of that. to do obtain this somehow from our objects declaration. Okay, so we're just hard coding it to true, which is going to be our new logic. So down here, we're going to say if not pivot on primary, we're going to do our old logic. Actually, what I can do here. No, I want to do it like this. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. Else if is primary. Then we're going to do this. So now we're going to take out our proportion. But the problem that we now have is if our rotation is different, our target origin is still the origin in our original place. So we probably need to recalculate that. And I might actually, oh, because that is then going to be in there. How much we've rotated. Yeah, we'll need to figure that one out. Tried VR on Bevy, OXR, and Rust, but there's too much do-it-yourself to focus on actual game. Try Godot next. Should I just get the latest release 4.6? Yeah, just get 4.6. 4.6 has a whole bunch of additional things. The reason why I'm using 4.5 on stream right now is that I want 4.5 to remain the minimum version of XRTools 2. But XRTools 2 will just work on 4.6 as well. But you will get a whole bunch of improvements if you use 4.6. So definitely recommend people use 4.6. All right. Let me put these on properly first. Come on. There we go. So grab you. Great. Grab you. Great. And yeah, the problem that we now have is because when we rotate, it is moving with my right hand, which is what I'm expecting, but I'm not rotating around the correct offset because I am taking my controller position and then from there calculating where it's supposed to be, but that's not what I want. So what I really need to do here is I need to do that with the correct orientation. So how are we going to do that? Oh. Stop it. Stop it. Go away. Boom. All right. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So, because the problem, of course, is that our hands. Okay, what are we doing here? What is going on? Ooh, this is challenging. Okay. Because in a current orientation, we got that, but we want the location there. So we want all right. We only care about that position. All right. What I think I need to do in this case so in this case, we want to adjust our global target bases. We only care about position. We don't care about rotation. So what I think that we need to do here is we take our controller target origin and we subtract our grab offsets. So we're going to take our grab offset. We rotate it by the amount that we've rotated our object. And then we subtract that from our controller target so that we get the actual new origin that we want. I think. I definitely need to put some comments in this code because I'm going to forget why I've done all these things. Okay. Here we go. 1, 2. Okay. Grab the box. Grab the box. I actually want to do this with the small. I already know that it's working, but I need to do this with the smaller box. Smaller box. Bigger box. There we go. So now we can see that my hand location is perfectly there. And I guess, so this is obviously the situation where, I've got a gun. I want to aim the gun. Yeah, perfect. So now it's nicely entered. So now the other thing is, if I let go, why does it? Oh, because I'm holding my hand like that. I'm not holding my hand like this. Yeah, so that's the only thing that's a bit of a shame, is that when I let go, it just snaps in place, and that is because we don't really have weight simulation yet. So yeah, we're gonna have to put some limits there. Okay. However, yeah, this is exactly the logic that I was after. And of course, with nicely respecting collisions. Go off there. All right. So that throw only works because our physics sync is physics rate is synced with our update rate or tracking rate. But yeah, all good. All right. So VidCon, what we're working on right now, as you can see, is the logic for being able to pick up objects, and specifically the logic for two-handed pickups, where I wanted to make sure that the angle between your two hands is what defines the orientation of the object that you've picked up. But doing all that, respecting collisions and respecting, well, eventually we're going to start expecting weight. So that might be the last thing that we're going to do tonight before it's already way past my bedtime. But I might want to put in some I want to put in some restrictions and make sure that we say, like, hey, this is the maximum force that you can apply. All right. So. All right. So in this case, we're doing proportional per hand. That's great. In this case, we're doing that. Perfect. And in all other cases, we're skipping that. Yay. Well, that's also going to be for another video. Okay, so I want to put a little bit of comments in here. find the other hand with which we are holding this object, if any. Yep. Note, if we're somehow holding an object with more than two hands, we're not taking that into account. Yes, we're sadly discriminating towards extraterrestrials. How the hell do you spell extraterrestrials? There we go. Boink. Oh, boink. You know, you have to have a little bit of humor in your in your comments. Assuming that there are extraterrestrials with more than two hands, or, you know, maybe we're also discriminating to any mammals with more than two hands. No, we don't have any mammals on, or any animals on Earth that have more than two hands. We have plenty of animals with more than 2 feet, but don't think with more than two hands. Anyway, it's a joke. All right, so if we okay, so if we have a second hand, we want the relative position between the two hands to define orientation. Let's get info from our second hand. All right. Calculates the vector between the two hands in local space and in global space. And that gives us our orientation data. Well, you know, I'd love to meet your alien friend because aliens are cool, but yeah. If we're pivoting on primary, adjust our target position accordingly. All right, and then we just have, oh, here we don't want double. We apply our angular motion, perfect. So angular motion, we always do the primary. We always do this on primary only. Kind of, you know, is a logical conclusion. So yeah. Yeah, I don't really need to explain that in the other situation. We don't do anything there. Okay, so. All right. Yeah, that is something that is on my planning, Vilgon. So there will be a stream of that soon when I start working on that. But yeah, the whole point, and you can see that actually on here right now, what I'm doing, and that's actually one of the things that I also wanted to do tonight, but I don't think I have time for it. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm calculating a point on the box that's with basically with a raycast to see where I'm closest to. That's not, I don't want to keep that. I want to do that differently. But I'm trying to figure out where to grab the object that I'm picking up. But we have these things called grab points. They're disabled at the moment, but if you would enable that, then we limit where we are positioning our hand. So I can show the hand like, okay, we're going to position it there. And what I want to add to this that I haven't done yet is that you can now pose this hand. So you can say, okay, if you grab this box, you in this case with the right hand. So there's a filter on this that you can only do this on the right hand. So if you grab with the right hand, this is where you grab the object, and then you can fold your fingers around it. And eventually, I'll probably do something where you can automate that to some extent, maybe by doing some physics checks. But for now, it's going to be manual posing of the hand, for which I will also be doing that. You can limit that to certain fingers, so that some fingers are still moved by the input. Like for instance, if you're holding a gun or any sort of weapon, you want to curl your bottom three fingers around the heft, but then you still want to be able to obviously move your index finger to press the trigger, or you get a range of poses between open and close or something like that. We've got that all working in Actual Tools 1, but eventually that will be back in Actual Tools 2 as well. So yes, that is definitely among the plans of things to do, but I just haven't gotten there with the rewrite yet. I'm currently still concentrating on all the pickup logic itself. All right, so now the question is force. So something that I want to do. Well, the first thing that I want to do is I guess I'm just going to go and print that here. I'm not going to worry about proportion. Let's just print it to log, and we can at least see what it does. Obviously, we've got a left hand, right hand, so we'll see whatever hand we're doing something with. Okay, I just want to see what sort of force. I could probably actually calculate that, because obviously we will know how much force we will need to apply. Oh, I need to do that with length. You guys can't see it. I actually have a display. Did I show it here? I don't think so. Yes, I do. You can see that I'm actually printing the log in my view there. The print, by the way, has some the print has a lot of overhead because it's flushing, so it does have a performance impact. So okay, so this is all pretty low, and I really just want to see, okay, how does that affect this? So yeah, that makes perfect sense, of course. Wait, okay. That doesn't make perfect sense. 19.9. Oh, my thing is perfect. This stays the same. So this should be much higher. Oh yeah, there's a 10 times more. Okay, cool. Well, first time that I'm getting some buffering issue. That's probably because of all the prints. Yeah, that's because of all the prints. It's still syncing. It's still. Come on, close it off. Bye-bye. Yeah, printing that much data to the log, it's not happy with. Okay, I should have known that, because obviously the strength is directly dependent on the gravity. So a 10 kilogram object is going to take, what was it, 98 newtons of force to pull up. So somewhere up here, I probably had I've done too much after I dropped it. Yeah, you can see that a couple of times I go over that. That's when I move up, and probably once I hold it still, there's probably some some entries around the 98 here. Don't know. Okay, so the big question is, do we just have a cutoff? Which would probably mean that we can just not lift it. Huh. That's a good question. Is it a cutoff, or is it that once we reach a certain threshold, we slowly limit? Let's just for fun start off with a do milk. What do you mean do milk? Let's just for fun do a cutoff, and we saw that we, basically means that if we move slowly, we should be fine, but when we move it fast, it will actually cut off. So let's say, just for argument's sake, that we have the cutoff. Okay, I actually want these to be a bit different then. So box 2, let's make that 50 kilograms. And box 1 is the one that I want to make 10 kilograms. So the 1 kilogram I should be able to move any way that I want. It's way light enough for that. But then the bigger ones, I will only be able to lift up easily when I go slow enough. And at some point, something is going to be heavy enough that I can't lift it up. Do you mean whether to soft or hard cap the? Yeah. So right now I'm going to go for a hard cap on the upper bound just to see if we can make that work. Okay. So and the other thing is, no, we're going to purely do that on the pickup logic. Yeah, pickup logic here. All right, so all right. Where's there we go. Do I have enable collision mask grab? Let's just make a, because I'm not quite sure if I'm gonna keep it like this, but I'm gonna call that max force float is so it's about 9.8. That's rounded off to 10. So a 10 kilogram object requires 100 newtons of force to lift. So with setting this to 100, we should easily be able to lift the 10 kilogram ones, unless we go very fast. Let's just see what happens. I am not entirely sure. I am going to make that a range. 1,000. And the reason I really want to do this is I wanted to give that something to 10. I'm maximum force we can exert with. All right. And that's nice because it also means that we can easily access that. Okay, cool. Yeah, beards are absolutely a prerequisite for having, you know, having a dev kit. Absolutely. All right. 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 Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Um. Okay. So what I want to do here is total max force. I'm going to copy that because in this case, I want to add, seeing that we're doing everything in one, I want to add the what am I doing? Oh, get grab offsets. Yeah, so other. Yeah, other. Oh, get picked up by. Yeah, let's XR2T pick up. This is where it definitely is important that we have that. Okay, so and with that, I'm gonna do this and this. Search, find in files. There we go. Find. Okay, and here, crazy enough, I'm gonna make the max 0. Because if it's 0, we're gonna say like we don't have max. So that's the one that we just added it to. That's the one that we just added it to. That's the function that we need to edit in a moment. And what is this? Oh, that's just my test, but I do want to update that. So, okay. And here we're going to do max force float is 0.0. And we're just simply going to say that if it's 0.0, that means that we don't have a max. All right. So what we're going to do here is linear force times this. We'll just do it like this. Portion. Apply proportional. And here we're going to say if max force taken in 0.0, then bar force is linear force at length. If linear, if force, we don't need to store that. If that is bigger than max force, then linear force is linear force dots normalized times max force. So hard cap on max force. Let's see how well that works. And of course, I spelled length the wrong way around. Ooh. No, I specifically asked Val for permission if I could use the Steam frame. I'm just not allowed to talk about it, or very limited things that I can say about it. Why? Hand fallback is okay. That's probably okay. That's one thing that we did wrong. That's one thing that we did wrong. Okay, let's clear that out. Could just be a reload issue. Message. There we go. Don't know why that was there. Okay, why? Okay, that means that we are having a error somewhere. What's on that one? No, where is it defined? Here we go. So that's 0. Okay. Clear. Main stage. Okay. Color the color of the frame? Oh yeah, I'm probably allowed to say that it's a shade of black. I think I won't get into trouble for saying that. Okay, I think I just need to do a reload current projects. Sometimes things get a little bit weird. What I want to know is what the vent fumes. See, that cleared it up. So sometimes when you do certain changes, they because all these scripts are all linked, can get a little confused from time to time. But let's see if it wants to work now. It is not a biggie. Oh, of course. Oh, why am I suddenly the wrong way around? Oh, there we go. There we go. So, all right. That still works. Perfect. All right. So that is, not really what I'm after as far as logic is concerned. So yeah, we probably do not want the logic to just be a hard cap. Because that's definitely going to be even worse with the 50. Whoa, what did I do? I bumped something. That was funky. So it's... Well, we're going to have to review that. I think actually that was probably that I probably just hit the hand like that. So interesting that... Okay, because I might need to set this on the hand itself. Because obviously I want that to be limited as well. I basically have impossible strength to move things around. But then... Yeah. Oops. Oh, it's because I'm grabbing it on a wrong offset, right? Yeah, okay. This is definitely not the solution that we're after. All right. Ruben Sniffer, how do you mean the frame works on Linux? Again, that's a question very close to things that I can't talk too much about. The Steam frame itself obviously runs Linux. As far as having a Linux PC and working towards the Steam frame, I don't know. We'll have to find out. I don't work on Linux, so I would not know how to answer that one. But yeah, we can speculate, but I don't really want to get into that and risk getting into trouble with that. Okay, so yeah, basically on the collision hand itself, we should really have that maximum force as well. But we first need to get a good way to calculate this. And basically what I would want to do is to increase that maximum force that we can give, the bigger the distance is. So it's not just here's the maximum force, it's also, how do we increase that? Oh, by the time that it's for sale, I'm pretty sure that sort of information is all widely available, and you'll see people actually testing it out and stuff like that. I'm definitely sure that people will try it. There's a lot of people using Linux for XR development, especially with Godot. And obviously, a lot of people are just using like ALVR or stuff like that on stuff like Quest. So even if Valve doesn't support it, I'm pretty sure that at some point guys like that will support it. But yeah, we will see. Right now it's just speculation. Um, okay, so um, so what we really want to do is based on this distance, we want to increase our max force. But do we do that as a percentage? Excuse me. Or do we need like an upper limit or something like that? Yep, like I said, Hikatech, we can speculate, and what you say heavily leans to a yes, but I don't want to say yes or no or confirm or deny or whatever because I just don't know, and I am sure that that sort of information will come out where because I don't know, maybe it only works on the Steam machine. Maybe they will make it work on any Linux machine that runs Steam. I don't know. I don't want to say anything there because, like I said, I don't even use Linux. So, and that's on me. I really should be using Linux more. But yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna say that we're gonna go and double that on distance. So just for testing here, max force is going to be max force times distance. I think distance was a vector, wasn't it? Yeah, definitely vector, and of course, not typed. So let's go and type that. This is just to see whether we get kind of the sort of functionality that we want. So the more distance there is between the hand and where we're grabbing it, the more force we exert here. Okay. Let's see if that gives us anything like the type of logic that we would want to have, or if that is still nowhere in the ballpark. Because obviously we can say, we're going to have an upper and lower limit that is so obviously going down it's not a problem because we're never going to force this. Yeah, I need to think about this some more. I'm not convinced about this logic, so that's obviously going to work fine. If I do two-handed, that's fine, but this bounciness, no, I don't think that feels right. And again, if we do this, two hands. No. Whoa, and it flies off, and that's because the thing is too far ahead. Okay, so I'm getting too tired to think about this, but I think this is definitely not the way that this should work. Um, yeah, Boneworks does this way better than I do. But those guys have done really funky stuff around making physics engines do way more than they ever were designed to. I am not going to reproduce what those guys have done in a couple of streams at night. But yeah, I am duly impressed with what they do. Okay, I'm not going to remove this code, even though I am not happy about it. What I simply am going to do is I'm actually going to allow this to be 0. 0.0 is off. And we're going to default that to 0.0, and only if we want to use it, we're going to use it. So return to 0. Return to 0. So now we should just have our old behavior back. And I am just going to have to figure out and test some more and see where we end up. I do not know why my center is like that, but yeah, now we're back to where we were. And obviously I can still do that sort of fun stuff. This is also something that I really want to fix, is that when between grabbing, it goes immediately there. There needs to be a little bit of a tween there, or a little bit of a transition, because it is, yeah, a bit like a bonk. And that's again kind of like, okay, are we going to do any sort of limiter there or anything like that? Okay. Do you know anything about root motion in Godot? Only the very, very, very basics. I did see a really good YouTube video on it the other day. But yeah, it's not really something that that I am an expert on yet, or that I've had anything to do with. Use an AI in your code already. I don't use AI. The only AI that I use is the AI that you get for free when you do Google searches. And I have to admit, you know, that does help. It does prevent you from going through hundreds and hundreds of pages to find something. So I do have to admit that that sort of thing for AI I do like. I do like that it gives you good suggestions, but yeah, the rest I don't really care much for. Okay, so yeah, like I said, I do want to keep this here. I might eventually move that onto the hand. Oh yeah, I've heard really, really good things about Claude. There's obviously some ethics issues there. You know, it's really cool that that you can tell Claude to just build something you want, but Claude's not going to care how many laws you break when you do so. I do very strongly believe that tools like Claude are limited to developing things that either you really understand very well and you can tell the AI exactly what it is that you need, or when you want to develop something that 100 other people or 1,000 other people have already done. So there are lots of examples of the type of thing that you want in the training data set. When you look at something like this, for instance, where we are doing something that is incredibly niche, and for which really good information is not available, and you can't train the AI on that, I think that AI is going to let you down. Depends a little bit on whether what you want is, you know, again, distillable from information that is readily available and that the AI has been trained on. But yeah. Yep, it's all about, you know, how much information are you going to give into that? It's the same with GDScript. We could feed all the code of GDScript in there so that it understands GDScript. And I've seen it, right? You right now, if you go in some of these AIs and you say, write me the startup code for a Godot XR application, it gets it because that information is available. That information it can be trained on. But do something that no one's done yet and that no one's, but Boneworks doesn't have their solutions online and ready to be harvested by an AI. And even if if somehow an AI did get access to the source code of Boneworks, and if I would ask it, how do I do this? What I'm trying to do right now, and Claude comes back with a solution that is 99% identical to Boneworks. Am I now infringing on Boneworks IP? Yes, I would, in my eyes. Especially if Boneworks or the people who wrote that code have never published that and never said, this is open source or public domain. And even for this, right? By the letter of the law, if you really follow the open source licenses, whether it's GPL or MIT or whatever, yes, that is publicly available source code that AIs can be trained on. But if an AI produces, let's go in, where are we with that? So let's go here to, where are you? Extra Tools itself. No, that's not the one that I want. Where are you? Maybe in staging. Yeah. So you look at this script, right? So this is our startup script in Extra Tools 2, which is similar to the startup script in Extra Tools 1, and it's similar to the startup script that's in the manual pages from Godot. Now, if you use this, you use this. I don't really care about this, but officially, you're supposed to adhere to the MIT license, right? So officially, if AI produces 90% of this code and it's recognizable as it's sourced it from here, that code should be licensed under this MIT license. This should be included in there. It should at that point say, I've included parts of Extra Tools too. I'm not going to sue you if you do, but I care about complete reproduction. If you make a copy of Extra Tools 2 and you pass it off as your own, don't do that. There's a lot of work that's gone into it. I'm giving it, making it available for free. The least you can do is say, yeah, I'm using this stuff written by Bastian Lai and these other guys. Would be nice. But AI doesn't do that. AI will gladly harvest this because it's public on GitHub. Everybody can see the source code. And it would gladly reproduce this and not tell you that, this bit of code that you've reproduced is officially falls under this MIT license. So you should be including this MIT license. That's the future that we're heading to. And it sucks, to be honest. And I find it hard because there are lots and lots and lots and lots of good things about AI. These headsets, I'm not specifically talking about the frame, I'm talking about all these headsets, the Quest and everything that their AI is cornerstone technology to, the inside out tracking that we use. It's cornerstone technology to, object tracking and all that sort of jazz. That's also AI, and that is not AI that's infringing on anybody's copyright or is stealing anybody's work. That is AI that is using the training logic that it's trained on for good, and in a way that makes things possible that would not be possible without AI. So AI isn't inherently bad. It is bad once you start using it in a way that you infringe on other people's work and you steal other people's work. And that's, that's a fight that we need to fight, and that we need to get laws passed for, and that needs to be clarity so that we know, okay, under what conditions can we use, um, under what conditions can we use AI without problems, and in what conditions, you know, are we using it wrong? I don't have an answer there, but that's how I feel about it. That's why I am personally staying away from generative AI. But it's also why I believe that I don't inherently think AI is bad. I think we have a couple of use cases for AI that are quote unquote, for a better word, evil. And that's the thing that I find a shame, right? Is it's an on-off discussion. Either you're against AI or you're for AI, and that's really dumb. Is AI can be a really good technology when used properly. And again, for coding as well, I don't like the idea of AI writing code for me where I have no idea where that code is coming from and whether I'm infringing on someone's hard work. And an AI that is watching over my shoulder as I am writing code and is pointing out mistakes in my code, or is making suggestions or things like that, where I think that there is a good place for what it is doing. So I don't know where that line is drawn. I think it's going to take a long time before we figure out where that line needs to be drawn. And unfortunately, until we draw that line, there's going to be a lot of insecurity and, frankly, anger in our line of work. And we will see where that ends up. I hope that eventually it will all work out. Okay. Do you think Half-Life 3 will be announced? I have no idea. I am as hopeful as everybody else that we're going to get either a new Half-Life or that we're going to get, maybe a Half-Life Alyx 2. But as far as I know, Valve has denied any such things. But Valve has also never been a company that would admit that they're working on something until they're ready to go public. So who knows? I don't know. No one's told me. So no. I haven't looked at Instagram 3D, or is that a spelling check? And I know that the stuff that they're doing with Gaussian splitting of your room, that's pretty impressive, and I think there's a bunch of AI involved in that. But yeah. Steam eye tracking. I'm not going to talk about any details about what the headset can and can't do. So eventually, when it comes to running Godot on the headset itself, I should eventually be able to tell a little bit more about what can and can't be done there and what isn't supported. And it's obviously going to be important to realize that that is going to be a combination of what can the frame do, and more importantly, what can Godot do. So that's not going to say anything about limitations on other game engines, but that is something that I'm not ready yet to talk about, and don't think Valve would appreciate me talking about that. I'm gonna pull the trigger if HLX is Half-Life Alyx 2. Yeah. I really need to play through Half-Life Alyx again. I got about 2/3 through, and then I had to stop playing, and then when I came back to it, I was totally lost. So really need to finish that game one of these days. It is so beautiful. I'm playing the closed beta right now. You didn't get it. Oh, so you're teasing now. Bloody hell. Just worried that the line will be drawn by the people that have all the money in the world and none of the incentives to draw said line in an ethical way. I totally agree with that. I do think that there is there is a reckoning when they get too far, because what people are forgetting is it's really nice that in the short term you can make lots of money because you know you can lower your bottom line by doing this. But I think there's two things that people are forgetting. One is AI is far more expensive than we think. Right now, all is being given to us for free or at a heavily discounted rate. When you look at the billions and billions and billions that are being invested, both in the technology, but especially in the hardware and the data centers, at some point that needs to be paid for. So at some point, I think that the price of that type of AI is going to go through the roof. But more importantly, is the more jobs you sacrifice, the less people are going to earn, the less people are going to actually be able to pay for your product. So there is going to be a point where it all falls apart. And I saw this beautiful comparison the other day, and this is, where do you stand on capitalism? And I'm a big believer in capitalism. I do not believe in unbridled capitalism. And there was this good example, I think it was a chaser here in Australia, that compared it to Monopoly, where by the time one person starts winning in Monopoly, the rest rage quits because there is no recovery, right? And I'm taking that one step further, is the moment that you win a Monopoly, what happens? Well, at that point, you have all the money, you have all the hotels, you have all the houses, and there's nobody visiting your hotels. You are not making money anymore. So what do? We end the game, and we distribute all the money against all the players, and we play another round. That is what literally happens in real life every 50 to 100 years. Rich people get way too much control. They start hoarding all the money. At some point, no one has money to spend. So the house of cards falls apart, and we get a big redistribution of wealth. We'll see where that ends up. I hope that we learn and get smarter, and at some point say, like, oh, no, what we're doing today is not working. Maybe we need to go back to the model of the 50s or 60s where, we had a good balance between capitalism and social systems. So we'll see. Anyway, that's politics, and everybody has a right to feel differently about that and have their own ideas. And I don't pretend to know everything or be the wise man to do it all. And we haven't tried true capitalism yet. I don't know. In my eyes, that is a race to the bottom. But again, that is a personal opinion, and everybody can have their own opinion on that. And who knows where that goes. We're here for game dev, people. We're not here for politics. But I do worry about what was said before, is the whole thing about that AI potentially could be so destructive that we crash society. Although there are also people who are sort of going like, okay, if it really goes that far, we're going to go down the universal basic income thing. And even that is also something like having success, experiments where it was successful, and at the same time, I don't know if you guys like science fiction. I'm a big science fiction fan. If you ever watched The Expanse, and specifically if you ever read the books where they go into far more detail, it's that version of basic isn't. Yeah. Enough said. Anyway, I will end up at the bottom again. Yeah, who knows? Guys, anything can happen. Things can turn around really quickly. And again, the other thing that we have to keep in mind is that it's very likely that AI is a major bubble. And if the bubble burst before the worst damage is done, then it might all go in the right direction again as well. Is there plans for Godot 5? Not on the short term. It has been discussed But for us, for a Godot 5, we should have reason for a major rewrite of core parts of the system, and we don't have that right now. We are really happy where Godot 4 is right now, and the the foundation that it gives us. And again, this is partially my opinion. I'm not speaking for Godot or for the foundation here. I'm speaking here out of my personal opinion on this. Um, Everything that we currently want to do, or seemingly that we want to do, that I am aware of and that I care about, are things that we can do within the Godot 4 framework. So I don't see a Godot 5 happening anytime soon. But again, like I said, my personal opinion, not speaking as a representative of Godot in any way. Um, who knows? Maybe tomorrow there's a reason for us to reconsider that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, guys. I like what Unreal has done with Nanite and Lumen as well, but you have to keep that in perspective, right? Is these technologies also come at a price, and that's what a lot of people forget. Is just because these high level fidelity graphics systems exist and can be utilized doesn't mean that the floodgates are open and let's all use this and we'll all be happy. I wouldn't want to use it on a standalone headset. It's not going to be capable. Godot has many developers that are targeting, countries where people don't have access to the latest and greatest computers. So they might not have the hardware that is able to run something like Nanite or Lumen. So there is a really good reason, and this is where I don't believe in this is the best engine argument. I believe in, hey, Unreal seems to be specializing in these ultra realistic graphics, and that makes them one of the best options if that is what you want for your game. At the same time, it makes it a really bad option if, like I said, you're targeting hardware that can't run these systems. And the same goes for Unity. There are markets where Unity excels, and there are markets where Unity is an okay choice, or maybe even a bad choice. And the same goes for Godot. There are markets where Godot is probably one of the best, if not the best, options for you to go for. And there are markets where Godot is unsuitable. And you need to decide whether what you want to build, Godot is good enough for, or Unreal is the better option, or Unity is the better option. The most important thing, however, which I really strongly believe in as someone who has been doing this for quite some time, is the game engine is just a tool. It is, in the end, the experience of you as a developer that allows you to reach those sorts of goals. So even if an engine like Unreal can do ultra realistic graphics and render, and maintain these beautiful, large, open world things, if you don't have the team to actually make that game and make use of that, you're building the wrong game. So, all right, let's see. Yeah, Arc Raiders is a really beautiful game. I haven't played it. I've just looked at people playing it. I wish I had more time to get into that. I'm actually very scared to get back into that sort of games. I've lost way too much time playing Apex Legends when it was popular. They are real-time sinks. Could you envision the editor of Godot to be in XR as well, and not just when going on play mode? Not quite sure what you mean with that, Andrinkling, because you can already use the Godot editor in several XR headsets. So, to be exact, Logan and David have a really cool video. I think it's on Logan's channel, Devlog Logan, where they made a game jam game from start to finish purely using a quest. They just used a quest. They didn't use a PC. They didn't use anything else. They did everything on Quest, and they did it together. They had both quests. They installed a terminal on it, so they had access to Git, and they were both able to connect to the same Git repository, so they were able to exchange files and stuff. And they co-opted a game dev game using, well, in this case, two quests, one for David and one for Logan. So yeah, very impressed by that. It's got limited stuff to performance-wise. There are limitations, obviously, but yeah, I think that there is a really good future for those sort of tools. And absolutely, donate to Godot. Yeah, Steam Deck is another good example where you've got limited performance. So, do you want to run something like Nanite on a Steam Deck? Well, you run into limitations. And again, I don't know what the limitations of Nanite and Lumen are. Again, I am not an expert on Unreal, but you have to match up the engine that you're using to the game that you want to ride to the hardware that you're targeting. So. Unreal wants to make pretty sets for Mandalorian. Well, I like the Mandalorian, and I like what they did with the volume. I do have to say that was a pretty cool use case for a game engine. Long-lived practical effects, though. Okay, Godot reminds me so much of Unreal Engine 3, old school fun. I can't compare. I don't know. I've never looked at it that deeply. All right, Bloody Cop, nice of you being here. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm gonna end it soon anyway. It's 1 a.m. here. I really need to go to bed soon. But I'll answer a few more things on chat first before we call it a night. Yeah, exactly. Arc Raiders is really grindy, and where do you find the time to grind so much? Because that's the problem that I had with Apex Legends as well. Is when games become, especially these high-skilled games, when there are so many people who play it who reach that skill because they have the time to grind, then as someone who casually plays, it's just you're lost. So yeah, it's a shame. I used to really enjoy playing Apex, and I was never very good at it, but. All right, Leah Vision. Also, thank you for watching. Pretty impressed that you've been here for the whole 4 hours. So I hope you enjoyed it and hope you learned something. So choosing PC editor in VR, but not taking advantage of the sick stuff, for example, spatial features. Oh, you mean with Godot running in the we have a few things where you can already do some spatial editing, but David's got a prototype running where you can do a lot of the interaction with the editor in VR itself. So you still have the 2D editor running in a window for accessing code and doing stuff like that, but you would be able to manipulate the position of objects and stuff like that within VR itself, within the VR environment itself. So that is something that people are working on, and that'll probably eventually come. But even with the with running it purely on the editor, just the live editing features of Godot already make it possible to do a lot of things very closely to that sort of stuff. So I think that will improve over time and get better. Sudo Pacman on the frame and see what I can get away with. No comment. Yeah, I probably can't get away with saying that. Because I did do something really fun in that area. What would be fun? Steam Frame running a Nintendo 3DS emulator with working stereo. I would actually not be surprised if someone would eventually build that, because there are 3DS emulators out there. And I really can't see a reason why you wouldn't be able to compile that in a way or build it into, you know, a good example there is Ariel Mansour, one of the original developers of Godot. I think it was Commander Keen that he did. He's got a video online somewhere where he talks about it, but they used Godot as a container for an emulator so that you could run Commander Keen on modern hardware. And that's something that you could think about here as well. Is, if Godot can run on a Steam frame, why wouldn't an emulator be able to run on a Steam frame or on a Quest or anything like that? So yeah, I honestly would not be surprised if someone would end up building something like that. The Mac Measure arc is aggression based. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I heard about that as well. That they put people of the same level together and do them a much better job than games like Apex do that. And wasn't Arc Raiders also one of the games where if they find out you're a cheater, instead of banning you from the game, they just put you in matches with other cheaters? I still believe that is the most hilarious thing. And again, it might be a different game that did that, but half have in my head that was Arc Raiders. Yeah, Lumina 99s are not viable for VR. They might eventually be if you do PC VR with like seriously high spec graphic cards, but again, I don't know enough about Lumina 99 to give any sort of opinion about that. But yeah, the feeling I get is that there are some limitations there. I don't know how much they've done there actually on like PlayStation VR. There's PlayStation VR 2. You look at Horizon Call of the Mountain. I'm not quite sure what is being used there, but that is pretty high fidelity. Sadly, I don't have a PlayStation VR 2. I was able to play Call of the Mountain, like the first 2 or 3 levels, at a friend's place. Very impressive. Yeah, I think the PlayStation VR 2 is very underrated. It's really a shame that so many people sleep on it just because it's not standalone. It's a wonderful device, I think. Yeah, exactly. The 3DS, the games just do stereo rendering for the I can't remember what it is, like the like one pixel is only seen by the left eye, the next pixel or the next row of pixels is only right eye, left eye, right eye, etc. So these type of displays, Lentennial, that's what I was thinking for, Lentennial lenses. But it's still, it's just rendering a stereo result in the background. So it would be completely possible to create an emulator that tricks it into a stereo result that is actually suitable for VR. Gates and hardware side by side. Yeah, exactly. So, and again, that is handled by the system. I'm pretty sure that the games themselves just render a stereo output. They get their view matrix from the operating system so that it's correct for whatever, because you're not going to re-implement that for every game. That's just going to be handled by the operating system. So yeah, in theory, it should be completely possible to make an emulator that, instead of doing a stereoscopic output for a display, says, here are 2 view matrices for correcting your headset. Go and render your environment in that format. Oh yeah, that's it's really interesting to see where retro gaming might go in an emulation environment. That's especially for 3D games. There are issues. One of the things that once in a blue moon I was introduced to was when Nvidia was really pushing 3D TVs and 3D monitors. They had this tool where you could play a normal 3D game and they would inject stereo rendering into that game. Um, but then you run into the problem that a lot of games use screen space effects, or you might be using deferred rendering, where the buffers then aren't stereo capable, um, and you need to do a lot of tweaking to make that work. Now, one of my friends that I met, like also about 8-9 years ago, he was really into the modding scene there, and he did a lot of mods for games to make sure that they run properly in stereo. And one of my favorite ones is what was it called? Alt World, I think. Little alien guy that you had to run through these side-scrolling 3D levels, just a platformer. And he made that fully stereo, and that was really impressive. But yeah, that was just we're just injecting some stereo code. So I don't see why that wouldn't be possible with lots of other games. Um, but at the same time, I also know um, that there are good limitations, and I think that is a problem wider when you look at the difficulties that people also have, who start off doing PCVR games and then want to port their PCVR games to a Quest or to a Pico or to eventually a Steam Frame. Is there's so many techniques that you use on the PCVR side um, that are hard to bring over to a mobile ecosystem. Um, that yeah, having any sort of emulating, trying to do that automatically is there's a lot of issues there. There's a lot of things to solve. But I'm pretty sure that people who are much, much smarter than I am will eventually solve those sort of things. Um, yeah, I don't know about anything that Valve is doing there, so we'll see. Um, I'll leave the leaks and data mining up to Bradley. Not my game. Um, Get the stereo rendering, multi via single pass, via instant base. Yeah, that's still something that we struggle with. We are only supporting multipass, and unfortunately, there is hardware out there that just refuses to support multi, especially on OpenGL. The multipass extension that we use in OpenGL is a Qualcomm extension. So obviously Qualcomm has really good support for it, but everybody else sort of goes like, why should we support this too? And it's really under pressure of back then Oculus, I think even before the Meta such Facebook days, that they put a lot of pressure on making sure that there is multi-view support in OpenGL on PC. So on PC, it's very well supported, but outside of PC, oh my god, it's a nightmare. Vulkan, on the other hand, um, it's part of the standard spec. So for us on Vulkan, relying on multi-view is or multipass is um, a no-brainer. Makes makes the code a lot cleaner and a lot easier to maintain. Um, yeah, there are definitely a lot of things that you can do inside of a VR headset, where the unlimited screen real estate is really nice. But yeah, B&Q. Well, I'm not working anymore. I've stopped coding. I'm too tired. I'm just enjoying reacting to a couple of questions and stuff like that. I'm probably going to go to bed in a few minutes. But yeah, no. Actually, that's a good point that I probably just can start taking that off and at least shutting that down. Um, that's the one thing that I am really glad about as an evolution that we are seeing right now in the VR space or XR space, I should say, because it's actually really driven by some of the AR things. Is that in order to do 2D interfaces in VR, you had to go down um, you had to go down the route of doing overlays and stuff like that. So that's obviously that was something that was supported in OpenVR, and that's kind of disappeared because what most of the headsets started doing, obviously Meta started doing it, Apple started doing it, is just giving the ability to run a normal 2D app within your XR environment. And I think they don't do enough of it. I think they really need to double down on making that seamless. And there's so many artificial barriers. Like it only works in the home environment, and it doesn't work when you're running your immersive game, or you can only have one app open at a time. So, and again, that applies to some headsets, and it doesn't apply to other headsets. And I think Meta is pretty far along with that. I have to admit that I haven't tried too much on Galaxy XR there, but I've got a feeling that Galaxy XR is pretty far ahead with that. And obviously, Apple in the home environment does it all. I'm not 100% sure if you can do it in the immersive environment. But yeah, it is. I think it's underrated how productive improvements can be reached by running apps in VR. Not all apps. There's a lot of apps that I still prefer just using on a monitor, but especially once you've got a keyboard and mouse linked up to your VR headset, or you're doing PC VR and you're having you're using something like virtual desktop to bring applications into your VR environment. Yeah, I do think that it has a lot of potentials, and I think we're sleeping on it somewhat. Although, of course, the flip side of that argument is that the resolution that is sufficient for playing games isn't sufficient for that sort of stuff. So, yeah, we're all spoiled with those of us who have tried the Apple Vision Pro. It's a whole different ball game than something else. Yeah, React. I've done React stuff with React in the past, but is that really the language that you want to be using to build XR content with? I don't know. Potentially, maybe for XR apps, but the language in the end is the language, I guess. Yeah, immersive overlays. And again, it's the overlays are being replaced by just being able to run any 2D app in a window, but most runtimes limit you to running that in the home environment. You want to be able to run the 2D applications alongside your immersive environment, and that's really I hope they do that. Like, for instance, what we're doing right now. I wish that while we were doing this, that I would have my YouTube chat floating in the window inside it. And I don't need to code that into my game. I should just be able to start that up in the headset, and that should just be up and running, whether I'm in the home environment or whether I start my game. That should just be hanging around there. And I think that's going to come, right? I think, and again, I do know that on Quest, we do it with the editor, so there is definitely a situation where you can run both side by side. But I don't know if that's because of the way that we package the editor, or if that's wider available. But I think that exactly, Apple's concept of volumes. But again, the from what I remember, and again, I don't use Apple Vision Pro much, or not enough, I should say. I don't know if the volumes are only accessible in the home environment, or if you can run volumes while you have an immersive application running. That's the thing that I'm not sure about, because that's the thing that I've generally been missing in many headsets. Can you code well on a Quest 3? Wink, wink. Well, like I said, David and Logan did it. The key is to have a keyboard a Bluetooth keyboard linked up to your Quest. You obviously don't want to use the virtual keyboard for that. That is crazy. But if you can use a real keyboard for it, that really works. And specifically, if you use pass-through so that you can at least see where your keyboard is. Most people can blind type, but you still, from time to time, you just need to be able to look down at your keyboard to make sure that your hand's in the right place and stuff like that. So it does work quite well. For me, I'm working on something that needs to do 3D. The only way I found to do it with SteamVR is full screen 2D overlay that I manually submit each eye for, unsynchronized from the compositor. Oh, that does sound painful. So is that something that you're running separate from another application, or are you running a 2D window inside of a 3D application that does other things? I do know that in OpenVR there is an overlay implementation where you can have SteamVR do it, but it's missing an OpenXR. OpenXR had an overlay extension, but that's been, I think only Monado had support for that. So yeah, that never got really a lot of traction. And again, I think for OpenXR, most runtimes just allow you to run normal 2D applications, but I do think that eventually there will be solutions to run a 2D interface in an OpenXR application that is mixed with another application. So right. Oh, that's really interesting. But then I'm assuming that you are submitting your 2D window already projected for the eyes, so that you need to sync up with those spaces. Because the way that it's normally done is that you just render a 2D window and then you submit it to the compositor with, here is where I want you to show it. So like that's what they do with the composition layers. The problem is right now in OpenXR composition layers is that you can only use them in combination with an immersive app. So there isn't an option yet to just submit composition layers without an immersive layer running. But I do think that's gonna come at some point, because that's where composition layers are really strong, right? You give a 2D buffer and you say, here's my quad location where I want you to display that buffer, and the compositor does all the stereo projection of that 2D window. So, but again, I don't know what's going to happen there and what will be available. That is the thing that makes the most sense to me. If you want to do it in that way. And again, what I do know is that obviously a lot of, both Meta and Google allow you to run normal 2D Android applications in a window, and then it's the operating system that obviously handles all the controller interaction, and most of that controller interaction is then mimicking a mouse in your application. But yeah, the question is that good enough for your needs? And like I said before, is most runtimes limit the ability to run that simultaneously with another immersive app. Again, I know that on Quest we do it in a single app, so because we can run the editor both as the editor and as the immersive environment, that can run side by side. But I don't know whether that is because of how we've configured the editor, or whether you could do that separately as well. So as far as the Samsung Google Android XR is concerned, obviously, that's not out in the world. But the thing is, because I have one sitting in the cupboard behind me, um, but I have a dev version for it. So my experience is not equal to the experience that people have who have just bought the Galaxy XR. So I everything that I can say on that needs to be taken in that perspective. Um, I like Android XR as an operating system, as an implementation. I really like it. I like the headset itself, the Galaxy XR. I think it's a really well made headset. It works really well. Display on that thing is amazing. Um, my only problem, well, quote unquote problem, is I think Samsung was late, and they're gonna, they're gonna feel that, and maybe that is something that they accept and that they're happy with, and they know that that is where they are, um but because they were late to the party, they're yeah, they're a bit behind. So I'm really hoping on an updated Galaxy XR, right? I'm hoping that next year they're going to release a Galaxy XR with an XR3 chip instead of the XR2 chip, for instance, right? It needs, it does need that to stay relevant to the competition. What I'm really looking forward to is obviously all the AR stuff that Google is promising. So the AR glasses, the thing that they're doing with Xreal. So that is obviously something that I'm really looking forward to, where we're going to see um, um, we're really going to start seeing that Android XR as an ecosystem will work, because right now, today, I can start building an application on the Galaxy XR, but where my end goal is to release it on glasses. And that's obviously the same thing that Meta's been betting on for that as well, right? They want you to build the MR applications on a Quest, because once the glasses format comes out, they have those applications running, and the glasses format, in my opinion, is going to be the one that your average consumer is going to really want to use. While headsets are for people like us who like to play games, or who like to do things indoors, or who want to do training or simulations, or this is something that a lot of people don't realize is VR is growing and getting stronger and stronger in business applications, where wearing a headset is a possibility. So and especially like training, medical, you name it. There's quite a few sectors where VR just keeps on growing and growing, and where the headset form factor is the form factor that makes sense. But I think for the normal people on the street, the people who are not in it for gaming, or only in it for casual gaming, the glasses format is the thing that's going to work. So for me, Android XR is, the exciting bit for me is that we are going to see devices from different vendors use that operating system and hopefully specialize in certain areas. So that's my hope. Plus, that I like competition. That's the bottom line. Is I like the fact that we have now four strong. Well, I should actually say five strong players in the market. Because for us, we're looking at Pico, but forgetting that Pico is actually, they're fairly successful in the Chinese market. So I think they are bigger than people realize. But still, we have a number of competing ecosystems, and I think that's a good thing. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more happen with Android XR. There we are. Yep, we released 4.6 yesterday. Was it yesterday? Was it today? Yeah, no, I think it yesterday came out. So, yep. I'm using 4.5, like I said earlier on the stream. I'm using 4.5 because XR Tools 2's minimum version is 4.5. So if I would upgrade to, or if I now would use 4.6, I would have problems, with releasing XR Tools 2 for people who have a reason to stay on 4.5. Although Excuse me. Although I am very tempted to bring it up to 4.6 because for Exotools 1, it makes a lot of sense. But for Exotools 2, because it's still in a very experimental phase, it's probably no reason to keep it on 4.5. But I don't want to do that one day after it releases, or that 4.6 releases. But I love 4.6. I cannot recommend 4.6 enough. There are so many improvements in it. And for us VR guys, there are a lot of behind the scenes things that have improved. So yeah, I'm a big fan of what we've done in 4.6. Let's see, where was I? How to solve lighting problems in AR for 3D objects. That is a whole topic. To give the short of it, there is an approach being worked out at the moment that falls under the category of light estimation. Apple's already got it. And interesting enough, my friend Carl was working on support for that in ARKit and has that working in his ARKit plugin for Godot. And I really hope that he's going to release that publicly soon because, as far as I know, just about everything works in there. But basically, as the cameras on your AR, MR headset are scanning your environment, it creates basically a reflection map of your environment, and we're then bringing that into the renderer so that we can get both reflections and lighting information from that view. But it's done in a way that we don't actually have access to the image itself, because that obviously is a security and privacy risk, unless you give permission, and there are ways for it. So yeah, Apple has it all working. They've had it working for a long time on ARKit on phones. It's also available on AVP. So similar approaches are slowly finding their way into the other runtimes. I don't know if there's any vendor extensions for it right now. I think Android XR might have some, but don't hold it against me if I'm wrong about that. But it is something that we are looking at to make sure that will be supported as things, as runtimes add support for that sort of stuff. Because we forgot all the ability in Godot as well, because it's basically how the sky render works. But instead of a panorama image, you're using the camera image, the 360-degree camera image. And then obviously you don't render the sky, but you still use it for, radiance and lighting and stuff like that. So, yeah. I hope to be able to talk more about that once there's actually some implementations. Yeah, I agree with you, cool username, that getting people to give up their phones and instead go to glasses or something. Again, that's why I don't believe in the headset form factor for that. I love MR as a tech person because it allows me to start building these things, and I do think there are certain use cases where MR headsets are really the right way, but I just don't see it as a device that would ever find itself in the mainstream in the way that phones did. But I do think that glasses have a potential ability to come close. What it will depend on isn't actually the glasses themselves. I think you just look at how popular the Ray-Ban glasses have been, and they don't even have displays. I think the thing that will make or break it is the use cases that we find for it. And that's something that I don't see enough in the industry yet. Is we're all going like, oh my god, these glasses are so cool and I can see things, and they are on a technological level, they are amazing. but we're still waiting for the person who suddenly says, okay, now you can run this app on the glasses, and it does something that no smartphone can compete with. And I think we're going to have that. I think it's going to come out at some point. But I haven't seen that app yet. And again, that doesn't mean that doesn't exist, because I'm not privy to that stuff. That's one of the downside of living here in Australia is, even if they invite me, I can't just walk into, Meta's office or Google's office and go and look at, all the cool stuff that they're working on after signing some NDAs. I'm too far away from that. So maybe there's more out there, and very likely there's more out there than I'm aware of. But I'm waiting for someone to come up with the app that is going to make the headsets work, and make the glasses appealing. What is this all doing? I don't know. But I am very excited about the technology, and again, this is also where I do really love that when we look at the Quest 3 as an MR headset, and when we look at the Galaxy XR as an MR headset, that for people like us who want to make those applications, we have a test environment to start building and experimenting and finding that golden goose, that solution that is going to sway people. And it's going to happen sooner or later. But I do really believe in the tech itself. I think it's gonna blow up at some point. This might have been asked already, but have you tried running Godot on the desktop side of the Steam frame using Bluetooth keyboard and launching directly? I'm not going to talk about the experience, but yes, I have tried. But I will be sharing more about that when I'm allowed to. So all that I say is that I have tried it. By the way, in regards to the frame, the thing I'm really curious about is how well translation. Yeah, so I can't talk about the details on the frame, so that's not something I can answer, I'm afraid. Specifically the fact that things like alpha overdrive stuff like again, I can't talk about the details of how the stream frame works and stuff like that. I can only talk about what I do with Godot, and just happen to use the device for it. Godot 4.6 was released. Translation effects as in fundamental hardware differences. Yeah, so again, I just can't talk about the details. You can watch my previous stream where I do go into some of the stuff in how you can run Godot on the Steam frame, and I go through the PCVR native and Android deployment methods. But yeah, details will have to wait until until Valve's ready to go public with that information, and that will then be most likely be shared through review channels and stuff like that. Tinder on the glasses, yeah. Well, yeah, they do say that once dating apps and that other thing that certain people like to watch start getting an interest into technology, that's when technology starts to blow up. But let's not go there in this discussion. Let's keep it civilized. Yeah, so yeah, indeed. How would Tinder yet? And again, that is the point, right? Is until someone figures out a way to make Tinder do something on the glasses that you can't do on the phone. The only thing that I do think people underestimate, and this is even with headsets, and something that I'm actually really excited about when it comes to like even people with Apple Vision Pro are doing this. Although I think that that headset being slightly on the heavy side makes it a bit uneasy, but the privacy side from it, right? If I'm traveling and I want to keep doing my business, and I'm walking around with my laptop or my phone, there is a large risk that someone looks over my shoulders and sees what I'm doing. So I need to be careful with, well, not me, because I don't do anything that is secretly enough for that. But if you're in a business where you're dealing with trade secrets or whatever, um, wearing a headset and being the only person that is able to see, and then eventually having the same with glasses, if the glasses become good enough for that, um, where you're the only person who can see what is projected on the glasses, that has a lot of potential. Yeah, arrows pointing to the other. Actually, GPS/guidance is something that is already a good thing, that glasses are capable of doing. A friend of mine who's really into AR glasses, he actually took his AR glasses on holidays, and he used the navigation on the glasses and found that really good. But what he actually used it for is translation. The fact that he could look at things and it would translate the things that he's looking at, or someone would be talking to him and he would just get subtitling of what that person was saying in the glasses. The only thing that he said that it fell down on because he was traveling through Europe is that because he's Australian and his phone and his glasses were, Australian, he didn't always have internet connection available. There was a limit to what roaming allowed and what he could do with, certain SIM coverage. So he did have a lot of problems with, okay, when it worked, it was amazing. But when it didn't work because he didn't have internet, it all fell apart as a thing. But I do think that those are things that are where AR glasses are going to be really good. I've heard a lot of people who have a hearing issue or things like that, who are using that same sort of approach where the glasses can listen in and then give subtitling. I think there's a lot of options there. I love glad I would show pricing for that. I think that is a really big one. I would indeed love to walk into a store and my glasses, being aware of what it is that I'm after, directing me to where that is in store and giving me price information about the things that I'm looking at. And again, that's actually another thing what the Ray-Ban glasses, for instance, have done, for again people who are vision impaired in this case, where the camera is looking at the product. So they're shopping, they're going into a mall and they pick up a thing that they're not sure is the thing that they want to buy, and they just have the Ray-Ban glasses take a picture, and then the Ray-Ban glasses will tell them what they have. So it's actually enabling a lot of people with disabilities, which is actually something that I find really, really cool. That even something with Ray-Ban glasses that doesn't have any displays is already something that is finding use cases that nothing else compares to. So yeah, I do think that there are going to be more and more applications that people think of and create that will actually make good use of this technology, and when that happens, it's going to be big. So, and that's the other thing which I found really interesting. Again, I'm part of the or I often attend the Sydney AR gatherings. There's a meetup that's organized about 6 times a year here in Sydney, that's specifically focused on AR and what people are doing with AR. And what I find really interesting is that we always think about, full glasses with stereoscopic displays with high field of view. And what you're actually seeing is that the single display glasses, or the glasses that don't even have a display, are widely popular. And it is actually use cases that we never thought of because our mindset is always concentrating on what can I do in, with stereoscopic stuff instead of looking at, you know, how does this compute thing on my head with a display or maybe only audio, what does that have to offer and what can I build with it? And yeah, I think that the market is already a lot bigger than a lot of people realize. Virtual Desktop with Quest 3 alongside Godot XR on the Quest, and I'm hoping to switch the frame for my current workflow. Yeah, well, who knows? It's eventually you'll find out what is working better and what is good. So, and I think all the headsets are going to find their own, their own little space where people love a certain feature that, this is actually one of the things that I do not agree with where um, the industry is going to. I hear a lot of people who are always pushing for having a headset that does everything, and I'm a big believer in headsets that start to specialize. I'm a big fan of the VR focus of Valve. Same time, I'm a big fan of what the things happening earlier in the month notwithstanding. I am actually a big fan of what Meta Reality Labs are doing with the Quest 3 and what they're, some of the long-term plans that they've sketched. And the fact that they are focusing on MR and stuff like that, especially, like I said, I'm really excited about the glasses. I think that is going to break open a new market. I wish that there was more focus on VR, but at the same time, I'm also, I don't want to jump to the conclusions that everybody is jumping to. I'm very, very unhappy that a lot of people lost their jobs. I wish that the studios could have been spun off or something like that. And again, I don't know what the business decisions behind that were and why that isn't possible or why they didn't do that. There's probably good reasons for it. But I don't think that Meta is leaving the VR industry. I just think that they have decided that running AAA studios in VR just isn't doing what it needs to do. And there's a part of me that agrees with that. I think that a lot of studios, provided that there's proper funding available, and that's the thing that now needs to be solved because everybody's scared. But there, what is it? It's like 20, 30 million quests out there. That market isn't suddenly going to disappear. So I think it's just going to be a refocus on what people are doing there. And we'll see where it goes. But I am honestly very excited what Meta is going to do long term in the AR space. And I hope they don't abandon the VR totally. And I don't think they will abandon the VR totally. I think that they just have to readjust. But I'm still excited about what they're doing. Yeah, exactly. It's so weird that people are saying like, "Oh my God, Meta, invested $70 billion into VR, and now they're leaving VR and they're throwing away that investment. Oh, it was such a failure." So no, most of that money went into developing the hardware that we're going to see entering the market at some point in the future. And most of that investment is gonna, it's not gonna pay itself off in the short term, but eventually, if things like AR glasses are going to make them a lot of money, then there's a good chance that it's actually going to turn out to be a very visionary thing that they've done. I wish they had done things differently on the VR side, and again, it's easy to talk sitting on the sidelines, right? I don't know what happened internally. Obviously, I'm with a lot of people who are uncomfortable about what Meta has done on Facebook and things like that. And there are things in the whole upper system of technology that I wish were different. Let's say it that way. But there is also a lot of good that has been done, and there's a lot of stuff. This is the other thing which I just don't understand about the world that we live in today. If we invest in a product and it doesn't deliver profitable sales within a year or two, we call it a loss. We call it a failure. It took decades to get planes to go from little wooden things that could fly 15 meters to having, Boeing 747s fly people around the world. That didn't happen in 5 years. That took 50 years. Imagine that, the Wright brothers had done their first flight, and I know that there's actually, I think, a French guy who was actually flying before the Wright brothers, but let's just keep them as an example. Imagine the Wright brothers flying their first airplane, and after 5 years, the industry saying, "We've spent so much money building these bloody wooden planes, and we're still not, flying Boeing 747s around the world. Let's give up on air flight because it's a failure." That's a good idea. We live in a society that wants instant gratifications within, no, this is gonna take decades potentially to really good. And has Meta maybe spent too much, and I don't know. That's up to them. It's not up to me. Anyway, I'm just ranting at this point in time. I'm tired. I'm late. I'm not even sure if I'm making sense. But yeah, it is something that I really, and it's not just for VR. I think that's in the games industry. I think that's in a couple of other industries where we're just, we're calling things a failure that aren't a failure. And that's something that I really want to, that I'm really worried about. Well, the Apple Vision Pro it's all perspective, right? It's, I don't believe the Apple Vision Pro is a failure. I think that it probably did not sell as much as Apple would have wanted. But it always was the device that Apple wanted to put in the market again, like we've also talked about with the Quest, MR ecosystem, to get developers to build the applications and get them to experiment with it, so that once they bring glasses onto the market, they have a catalog of applications to go with it. That's probably the strategy. Me speculating. I don't know. But that's the feeling that I have. But even then, yeah, okay. So the Apple Vision Pro didn't sell millions of units. I don't know what the sales figures are, but they're not in the millions of units as far as I'm aware. At the same time, I look at things that are coming out of the business sector. One of my favorite examples is Dassault, the French, I think they're French, aircraft manufacturer. They were posting photos on LinkedIn where they had, I don't know, a couple dozen Apple Vision Pros all lined up, and they were using them to sell private jets to rich people. Because in there they could recreate a complete virtual plane inside of these headsets, and they could go to, I don't know the exact purpose and things because I've never seen the app. I've just seen photos and stuff like that, so I'm speculating a little bit here. But from what I understand, they allow people who want to buy these jets to take a virtual tour of the jet and make changes to this jet and get information about this thing. And I'm assuming that is a very profitable thing for them to do. So there are definitely success stories out there. It's just, it's not been a headset that sold hundreds of millions of units and you can see on every street corner. But it was never meant to be. So yeah, I don't think it's been a failure. I do think that, in my opinion, that Apple probably expected it to be a little bit more popular than it was, or that it seems to be. But I don't know. I don't know what their sales targets were, and what their and whether they were just saying, okay, if it sells this many, we're going to go and do another one, or if it sells this many, we're just going to put our focus on glasses. I don't know. It's all speculation at this point. Yeah, that's the other thing. Of course, the Apple Vision Pro, of course, has a pretty high price point. They're not the only ones. This is the thing that I find hilarious. Is I guess that people find that strange or worrisome or make a problem out of that Apple sells at that high price point, even though Apple is already a premium brand that generally sells things for higher prices. But it's far from the most expensive headset. You look at the headsets that Vario has put out. Um, you know, some of their headsets have been far more expensive um, than what Apple's done. But they are also focusing on very different niches. They're big in simulation and realistic simulations. Um, so yeah, money is available there to spend on those headsets because there are organizations that need that high a quality bar, and they know that they're going to be a low volume producer at that price point. So you can say, oh, they've only sold X number of things. Yeah, exactly. It's not targeting mass production, right? It's very clear that that's not their thing. But if an outsider says, oh, they haven't sold 10 million units, they must be a failure, while Vario says, that was never our intention. We knew our market size and were priced accordingly. That's the problem, right? And I think Apple, the expectation is that Apple puts a consumer product on the market that all their consumers are going to buy, that they put something in the market that's really targeted at developers to create the next generation stuff. And again, I'm just speculating and thinking out loud here. But I don't think we've seen the last of Apple in this space. So I'm fully expecting them to come out with something way better than the Apple Vision Pro form factor. Yep. Yeah, that's actually an example or a comparison that I even often do with game engines, right? Um, it's really apples and pears at that point in time. It's you have to look at things in perspective of the market that they're targeting, and a success can be measured in very different ways. And yeah, Ferrari is never going to sell in numbers even close to Toyota. That doesn't mean that they're a failure. Yeah, I guess. And I don't know. Again, this is where being in Australia makes me sort of stand too far away from certain things that are happening specifically in Silicon Valley. One of the things that I do find funny, like what's his name, a gamer. Oh, the I watch his videos from time to time. He's a really cool dude who's doing VR stuff. Who's now doing a podcast together with Bradley, and where Bradley then shows up as an avatar inside of his Apple Vision Pro. He's wearing his Apple Vision Pro when he's doing this podcast. So you're not actually seeing him; you're seeing his avatar, which looks bloody good, by the way. And he's one of those people who, when he got his Apple Vision Pro, was posting pictures of him actually wearing it in public. And the thing that surprised me at that point in time was how many people back when Twitter was still Twitter and still fun, how many people were posting pictures of actually having an Apple Vision Pro and actually using it in public. And I sort of went like, really? I wasn't expecting anybody to do that. But at the same time, there is a certain subset of people who will do that. But the mainstream Apple consumer, I don't know. I don't see them wanting an Apple Vision Pro because, yeah, where do you draw the line of I want every Apple product Apple ever made, and no, I want the products that actually help me and that I actually want to use, But I don't want to have the Apple one because I love the Apple brand. Um, I don't know. I really don't. Okay, guys, it is 2 a.m. I need to get up in 6 hours. Dang it. I hope I'm not going to sleep through my alarm clock because I got some meetings in the morning. Yeah, but bottom line, just to round off this half philosophical discussion, I'm personally still very optimistic that 2026 is going to be a good year for XR. There are some things happening in the world that make me worry, but on a whole, I think that we have just entered a really exciting year, and I think that oh, another Australian, yay! Well, I'm not Australian; I'm just living in Australia. But we got a new Valve headset coming out. We've got Google in the marketplace, and again, I really hope that we're going to see more Android XR headsets. I think that's going to be important, but I don't know what's going to come. The only thing that so far has obviously been announced is the glasses things outside of next to Galaxy XR. But I'm really hoping that more will be announced and more is coming out. I think Apple is far from gone. I think that I have a feeling that the Apple Vision Pro wasn't that far off the mark of what they were expecting. And again, it's pure speculation. I don't know. I've never talked with any of the people who make decisions over there on that, but yeah, seeing what sort of device it is and what the price point is, nothing surprised me in what happens there. And if they're smart, then I think it is a stepping stone towards the bigger ecosystem that they really want. And there's lots of other things, yeah, I think we're gonna see an interesting 2026. I think that there is a lot of potential. We started off bad in the year, and I think a lot of that is just fear. Again, I can't stress enough how sorry I feel for the people who lost work, and I really hope that they all land on their feet and that the way that I look at it, there's a big vacuum that's being created. The market is still there. So there's also lots of opportunity to build something new and to create new startups. We just need the people who invest to have faith in it again. And hopefully that will happen. That's all that I can say about it. And again, being so far away from everything that's happening in Silicon Valley, I don't know. There's a lot of things that never reach my ears, so I'm just thinking out loud what I see and what I think, and hopefully I'm right, and hopefully it's not wishful thinking. We'll see. But yeah, I am excited for this year. I am excited for the things that are going to come, and I think there's a lot of potential, and especially for us, right? This is something that also people forget is Godot is at its strongest in the indie and small studios. And I also very much believe that there is lots and lots of potentials for indie and small studios in the VR market. Because for us, the cost of making the type of games that we make and the potential of sales within the market lines up way better than when you look at a AAA studio who really has to make the way up of, it costs me this much to build a AAA title for VR, and the market is a fraction of what the normal games market is. Can I weigh that up? But for us, as indie developers and small studios, that comparison, that way up is far more attractive. We just need to find the people who dare to invest in startups and small studios to make VR content. So that's where I'm going to leave it on that positive note. I'm excited about this year. Hope everybody enjoyed the stream. Hope that you learned something. I will do more on the force limits and see if I can make that actually work in a way that's nice. I'm probably doing something very stupid here, but it was very late when we started on that last little bit, so can't say I'm thinking the most clearly. But I am very happy about all the pickup logic that is working the way now that I want it to work. So I think we are very close to X-Factor 2 being at a place where I can move on to the next bit of functionality. So that's where we're going to leave it. Thank you everybody for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will be doing a stream soon again when I'm a little further with the logic here, and I have a good plan of something to show. Cool. Have a good night, everybody.